try and hold the invocation until after the roll call. Can we go ahead with the Pledge of Allegiance?
You want to do the roll call to start the meeting, or?
Well, the Pledge of Allegiance is first, but whatever your pleasure is. Right.
Chaplain's not here.
I just said our chaplain isn't here yet, so let's go ahead. Let's go ahead with the roll call, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. This is the Tuesday, October 25th regular meeting of the City of South Fulton City Council. It's a roll call. The Honorable Catherine F. Ryle, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2. Present. The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Corey A. Reeves, District 5. And the Honorable Natasha Williams, District 6.
Present.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, would you go ahead and continue with the Pledge of Allegiance?
Okay, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mayor, can I take a personal point of privilege?
One moment. We're going to go ahead and do this. Well, go ahead, Councilwoman. Is this?
You gonna do the invocation?
Yeah, I was trying to wait for our chaplain to get here, but while we wait for them, I do want to take a moment. We did this in our special call meeting last week, but we have suffered more tragedies since then in the city of South Fulton. So first, I would like for us to take a moment of silence for two people. One is a young father, Mr. Snelling, who was murdered in his car in one of our subdivisions off of Flat Shoals Road. And the second is the Harris Adams family, who lost several members in a horrible house fire that many of you probably saw off Oswego Lane in District 3. And last but not least, our own finance staff, Ms. Carrie Sorrells, who lost her brother, who was an amazing firefighter down in Coweta, I believe. So if we could just now take a moment in prayer for those families. Thank you. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for our ability to gather today. We have a contentious meeting, a contentious agenda. I ask that you send your spirit to sit on each of our tongues so that we might debate and disagree without being disagreeable, and find common ground in the best interests of the city that we all so dearly love. In your mighty and matchless name I pray, amen.
Amen.
Our city chaplain is here to give us the official invocation. Go ahead, sir.
Let us bow our heads in humility to the Creator of the heavens and the earth, and close our eyes to the wickedness of this world and seek for God's pleasure as we pray. In the most holy name of God, the beneficent, the most merciful, all praises are due to God, the Lord of all the worlds, the beneficent, the most merciful, Master of this day of judgment in which we now live. Thee do we serve, and thee alone do we beseech for your help. O God, guide us on the straight path, the path of now bestowed favors upon, and not the path whom wrath have been brought down, nor those who go astray. O Allah God, we pray that you descend your peace upon the mayor and council this evening. And we pray that you give them the spirit of true brotherhood and true sisterhood and unity. We pray that you bless them to do the will of you, O God, and the will of their constituents. And we pray that we bless them with our presence today as their constituents, to show them that our community wants to be one, and remove from them any divisiveness, any contention, any hatred, but replace it with the spirit of love for each other and love for this city. And oh God, we say a special prayer for those who lost their lives. One who lost a young father, lost his life being murdered while he was in his car on flat shows. So we pray for the Snelling family. We pray for the Harris and Adam family who lost members in that major fire last week. And we pray for the Sorrells family, the firefighter and the brother of the staff member we lost last week. Oh God, bless us to pray for each other instead of praying on each other. In the name of Christ and all the prophets of God, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Councilwoman Gums, you asked for a point of personal privilege.
Yes, can you hear me? Oh, I can hear. I wanted to pretty much let you all know, of course, today, October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Black women are twice as likely to be diagnosed with triple-negative breast cancer than white women, and they're also 30% more likely to die from these tumors because of low rates of surgery and chemotherapy. So today, in honor of Breast Cancer Month, and for those that
Hold 1 second. Could we have order in the room? I do want, do we just need everybody to get seated? Could you just hold your comments, because I don't want anybody to miss this, Councilwoman Gums. This is very important.
Okay. You want to start over? Yeah.
Go ahead. You can start again, please.
All right. So October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and I wanted to share some statistics. Black women are twice as likely to be diagnosed with triple-negative breast cancer than white women. They're also 30% more likely to die from these tumors because of low rates of surgery and chemotherapy. Wanted to share, we all want to make sure that we recognize, I know everybody in this room may have lost someone from breast cancer, and it's just not affecting black women, but it also affects our black men as well. So in honor of breast cancer survivors and those that we have lost, the council is in pink, pretty in pink. We also have our gentlemen that are wearing pink ties. Oh, and Corey has on a pink shirt. So thank you, Mr. Reese, for participating, and all of the staff and the clerks. So thank you so much. please make sure you say a small prayer for those that are struggling through breast cancer, and make sure you continue to educate yourself. Go get your checkups, and that's it. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gums. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor and Council, we are on Roman numeral 5, it's adoption of the council agenda.
I will entertain a motion. Councilwoman Willis.
I think my colleagues have some others, but I would just like to move council comments up to after the public comments. And then, are you all going to add these on? Okay. There are other amendments.
All right, Dr. Rowell.
I would like to amend the agenda to add a resolution to authorize the city to apply for the City Urban Agriculture Planning Grant through the Atlanta Regional Commission and Food Will Alliance, right before item 10, after council comments.
I moved them up.
And, wait.
Councilwoman Gums, you want me to add it? Want me to say yours?
I'm trying to figure out where.
Just put it.
This is item, you said before item 10?
Yes,
So-
after the council comments.
Okay, so you all don't want council comments after public comment?
And then the resolution.
Resolution we were just handed now for
To apply for a grant.
the Urban Ag Grant. All right, and is there? Yes.
So I would like to add a first read for the ordinance adopting the uniform. It's actually the amendment to the little ordinance. So I would like to add that for a first read under Public Works.
So that would be item, 23.
Number 23.
Hello?
All right.
Okay.
Are there any other amendments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I am not comfortable with item number 11, the discussion around P cards especially. I think we have some investigations going on around P cards. I'm not sure what we're gonna be discussing there, but I do not think we should be discussing this given that there's some investigations happening. I think that process needs to run its course, right? I have no issue discussing the forensic and the internal audits or auditors, whatever, but I certainly am not comfortable with us having any discussions around P cards. So if we cannot split those, I'll move to strike number 11 from the agenda at this time.
All right, anything else? Okay, I would like to well, we can vote on all these together, but I had discussion about some of these. These resolutions and ordinances that are being added to the agenda, when did you receive those, Mr. Adams?
You got that? I know the grant item, we received that, I believe, on Monday, yesterday. And the litter ordinance, I know the due date in the legislative process was the 19th, so I'm going to assume it was 7 days for that, probably the 12th, that we received the first read of the litter ordinance. Mr. Pascal's looking up the exact date.
So you're saying we had a first read already?
No, it was entered into the legislative process on or about October 12th, and it's for first read.
Okay, I've had some criticism from this council and others that we don't get our agendas out on time. So we moved up our agenda date to Tuesday, 7 days before this meeting, and the deadline, that would have been the 18th, and the deadline to enter these items was Monday, the 17th. Is there any reason that you know that these were not presented at our meeting on Tuesday, the 18th, when we set this agenda?
Yes, sir. Actually, the litter, first read of the litter ordinance was on the draft that I submitted to you, but it was not on your final draft that you returned. And the grant, I understand there's some emergency circumstances regarding it, and we received that on yesterday. And
All right.
I think Councilmember Rao can speak to the urgency.
Yeah, Dr. Rao, would you tell us about that?
As you know, most grant applications have a deadline. The application workshop for technical assistance was last Monday, and so I did not want us to miss this opportunity to implement an initiative that's outlined in our comprehensive development plan, action plan. So hopefully we'll be successful in securing this grant.
Well, that is definitely a reason, and my apologies, Councilwoman Gumbs, I don't know how that fell off the agenda. I just wanted to understand why they were there. And then lastly, I attended a very informative Robert's Rules training in which I learned that the only person that can remove an item from the agenda is the person who put it on the agenda. Mr. Hyman, you are our city attorney and our parliamentarian. Could you opine to the legality of someone other than the person who put something on the agenda being able to remove something from the agenda?
Mayor, I wouldn't offer an opinion at this point. I'll do something in writing, but I can tell you what the council and the body's been traveling under, which is your ordinance, which is section 1-3002 G2, that allows council members wish to place an item. It allows for, during the adoption period of the agenda, for them to, under Robert's Rules of Order, to amend the agenda. I don't know particularly what rule or agenda, but if you provide that to me, then I can offer you an opinion later on. But
So that the ordinance that you cited allows council members to add items to the agenda. There's nothing in that ordinance that speaks to them being able to remove items from the agenda. As parliamentarian, could you cite an authority in Robert's Rules that allows someone other than the presenter of an item on the agenda to remove said item from the agenda?
also, Mayor, under the same ordinance 103E, there is the section that indicates agenda items only. Only a council member who places an item on the council agenda may remove them. That is present in our ordinance.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and strike the request to remove in item number 11, and we can.
Mr. Mayor, I have a further comment.
Yes, Councilman Sebastian.
Mr. Mayor, the item 11 that involved investigation with P cards, it really involves stuff. Attorney Hyman, does council fall under the definition of staff? Attorney Hyman, when you finish, can you answer that question, please?
Would you repeat?
Does mayor and council fall under the definition of staff for our city?
You're elected officials, answerable to the collective public.
So if there are items that involve any individual or individuals that causing an investigation to happen, where those items are normally handled within executive session. Would it be okay to have a discussion involving elected officials publicly and not do it within executive session when an active investigation is going on?
I would not recommend that.
Okay.
I just want to follow up because we actually had this conversation when I asked whether or not City Council would get, we were talking about these 360 reviews, performance evaluations. And when I asked if City Council would be subjected to performance evaluations by their staff, I was told then that City Council are not employees. Have you changed your position? Are City Council employees? If so, we need to get those performance evaluations out to our staff of our council.
I didn't understand that to be the same question.
Are City Council members employees?
Well, there's a memo on that that I can refer you to, but that's already been answered. His question was about whether or not the efficacy of disclosing something that's pending an investigation. No,
I'm asking if City Council members are employees. That was the first question that Councilman Sebastian asked.
I will recirculate that memo because there was legal advice.
Right, that memo did say that they were not. And again, we do have an ordinance that says only members, the only person that can remove an item is the person who made the item. So I am not yielding to remove the item. I think that it's a discussion that we need to have. It's been happening on Nextdoor and telephone conversations. So let's have it.
Mr. Mayor, if I can finally say one thing. It's okay for
You've
people.
actually spoken twice, sir. So I'm going to
right.
call for the
Good.
I'm going to call for the vote
That's fine.
now.
I'm good.
I'm going to call for the vote to approve the agenda as amended, adding council comments as Roman numeral number 10, the resolution for urban ag as the first item. I'm going to say 7A, and the first read of the amendment, the ordinance for litter as number 23. It's been properly moved. Well, it's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
It's a roll call vote. We have a motion by Councilmember Gumbs, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Reeves, to approve the three items as stated by the mayor. It's a roll call vote. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
The agenda has been approved as amended.
All right. Would you please sound the next item?
Next item is Roman numeral 6, approval of City Council meeting minutes, regular meeting minutes from September 27, 2022, City Council work session minutes from October 11, 2022, alcohol zoning public hearing minutes from October 11, 2022, and special call meeting minutes from October 11, 2022, and October 20th, 2022.
I move that we approved the regular council regular meetings from September 27th, the work session minutes from October 11th, City Council zoning hearing from October 11th, and City Council special call minutes from October 11th and 20th.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis? Yes. Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
Those minutes were approved unanimously.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is Roman numeral 7, consent agenda. Under the consent agenda, we have 5 proclamations for spreading on the minutes.
I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move to, second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes? Yes. Councilmember Willis? Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
That item was approved unanimously.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
We're under Roman numeral 8, number 6. It's a public proclamation presentation to the retired South Fulton educators. It's sponsored by Mayor Khalid and the full council.
All right, I think we have some South Fulton educators in the room. Go ahead and please step forward.
It's on now. Got it. Tomorrow night, one of my favorite television shows comes on. It is Abbott Elementary. For those of you all who are fans, I have several friends who are teachers, and I asked them, because the show is hilarious, but it makes me concerned about our public education system. And I asked them if the show is true to life, and they tell me that it is very much so. And so I cannot think of anyone that has a tougher job than educators in our system that are in our public schools that are educating our young people who are our future. So first, would everyone just stand and give a round of applause, not only to these educators, but to all of our teachers here in South Fulton. Thank you. And I'm going to read this proclamation. Whereas the City of South Fulton, Georgia seeks to acknowledge the indomitable Georgia Retired Educators Association as a stalwart and fixture in our South Fulton community and the broader collective, and whereas the Georgia Retired Educators Association, beginning in 1958 as the Georgia Retired Teachers Association, has evolved through 47 years of specialization and diversity of educational roles with the objective of promoting economic, social, professional status of retired educators, promoting the passage of legislation to benefit them, promote advancement of high-quality education, promote involvement in community service and decision-making in the state and local communities, to present the image as one of dignity and independence, and encourage active educators to begin retirement preparation well in advance of retiring. And whereas there are more than 135,000 retired educators in Georgia, 32,000 plus of whom are members of the Georgia Retired Educators Association, and due to the positive impact that educators as well as retired educators have made in the lives of those within South Fulton's diaspora, it is duly appropriate and to publicly acknowledge and appreciate the contributions made by these aforementioned, and whereas the City of South Fulton recognizes the sacrifices teachers make to provide education, pouring into the lives of our youth, that they could be prepared for the future, joins not only state leaders, but Georgia Governor Brian Kemp, who has also proclaimed November 6th as Retired Educators Day in the state of Georgia. Please forgive any typos that you see in this proclamation. I know that you will find them, and we will get you a corrected copy. Now therefore be it resolved that the mayor and the entire city council of the City of South Fulton do hereby proclaim Sunday, November 6th, 2022 as Retired Educators Day here in the City of South Fulton.
I would just like for you to allow me just a few minutes to thank my mayor, Mayor Khalid Camus, our chief of staff. Yeah, let's give him a hand. Our chief of staff, Ms. Keisha Dixon, and the entire council for their support of our Retired Educators Day. We applaud you for our proclamation being presented here at this council meeting. We are very impressed by that. I want each of you to know that this day is a very special day for any teacher who would love to stand in my shoes at the city council meeting where his or her teacher, former student that is the mayor of this great city. Let's give our mayor a hand. This is the city where we live and the city that has risen to claim the position of one of the fastest growing cities in the state of Georgia. My heart overflows with joy, and I am forever grateful to all of you for all that you all have done. Congratulations to my mayor, Mayor Camus. Keep on doing the good work. And I don't see my other student, Keisha Dixon. Oh, okay, wonderful. Now, as I look back at my former student, who is the chief of staff, Ms. Keisha Dixon, another one of my former high school outstanding students who excel in all positions of leadership as well. This is one of the greatest feelings for a teacher to be able to stand here and see her students in these major roles, top leadership positions. What else could I expect from these two individuals? They were incredibly smart in school, outstanding leaders, and were very intelligent beyond the high school career during the time that they were there. They were really outstanding individuals, and we are so glad to see them. They were the tops in their class at that time, and I still see them moving forward. May God continue to bless each and every one of you. And I ask you to continue to make our city, the South Fulton, shine. Amen.
I want to say thank you. I'm Helen Kelly, a former teacher in the South Fulton. And if I have anyone here, I taught primarily kindergarten, first grade. Of course, I've been retired 22 years, so I wouldn't recognize you. We are the local unit of the Georgia Association of Educators, and our mission is to unite retired educators in Georgia and continuing fellowship, service, and support to our fellow educators who are still out there in the field, and to improve our benefits through being retired through cooperation with the local, the state, and the national organizations. And one of our main community services that we do give scholarships back. We give back. We give scholarships to high school students, and we give scholarships to someone who's going into education as well. So we try to be a support and be on the battlefield for those who are still working in the vineyard. Thank you very much.
All right. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, we are at Roman numeral 9, public comment. Do you want me to read the rules of public comment, or did you want to address it?
Before he reads the rules, I do understand that we have a large number of public comments. There are lots of people here to make public comment. I think we have like 50-something cards. Is that correct, Mr. Adams?
We actually have closer to 35.
35.
Yes.
All right. So some of the cards, we have 2 public comment periods today. One is just general public comment about the items that are on the agenda. As the clerk will remind you, you can only talk about an item that is on the agenda, so please make sure that you reference whichever agenda item that you are talking about. And the second set of public comments is for considering reopening Jack-and-R Lane. So I want you to understand we are going to start with the public comments that are not about Jack-and-R Lane. If you are here to talk about Jack-and-R Lane, we will have a public hearing just before intermission around 6 o'clock. And if you do not hear your name called now, your name will be called for that Jack-and-R Lane reconsideration. We want to make sure that everyone who came to talk about something else will get to have their public comments read, because we have an entirely separate public comment session just about Jack-and-R Lane. And with that, Mr. Clerk, would you go ahead and read the rules?
Yes, good evening. Members of the general public wishing to make public comment at City of South Fulton City Council meeting must be residents of the City of South Fulton, except for county, state, federal elected officials, should be allowed to speak regardless of city of residence. Comments should be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Public comments should be limited to only those items appearing on the current City Council meeting agenda. Each speaker must complete and submit a request to speak form in its entirety prior to the beginning of the meeting. The person desiring to speak should rise, address the City Council, and when recognized, state their name, address, the agenda item they are addressing, and the City Council district in which they reside. All remarks shall be addressed to the Council as a whole and not to any member. Speakers may not employ obscenities or threats of violence in their comments. Speakers may not use public comments to campaign for public office, political office, either for themselves or on behalf of other candidates, for the purpose of limiting political influence on city employees and encouraging orderly and efficient meetings. With that and the mayor's instructions there, I will call your name. If you would come to the center mic and state your name, address, and district. The first 3 speakers will be Laura Stanley, Drew DeMann, Richard Snellings, Connie Robinson. If you would please come. You have 2 minutes. Drew DeMann, Richard Snellings, Connie Robinson, Coretta Prescott, Shonda Clark.
All right, I'm Drew DeMann. I reside at 4640 Gordon Street in the Fife community in the 7th District. Greetings, Council. Greetings, Mayor. My comment is regarding the location of the police office, the temporary location of the police office up by Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. I hope to offer some constructive information for y'all. In the last few months, I've had a lot of occasions to speak with people regarding police issues, desires for the type of police action and service that people would like to have in their communities all over the city. And let me say, first of all, that the City of South Fulton Police Department has been doing a really good job in general of keeping us safe. and crime in the city is actually down, consistently down over the last 3 years compared to other places. That's a win. But I just want to, because this location of this police office building is contentious, I think it's important to tease out some of the details. And I spent some time looking at the International Association of Chiefs of Police website, which I think is really instructive. And there's a whole process that they delineate about steps that communities should take when assessing when to build or move a police facility. And a lot of it involves a lot of community oversight and community involvement. So let's make sure that as we move forward with this needed transformation of the building for the police headquarters, that we get a lot of community input. One of the things that I would really love for y'all to hear, that I heard recently from a resident in the 7th District, is that we want to have police in our communities, and I quote, but we don't want to be policed. Thank you.
Richard Snellings, Connie Robinson, Karen McGeehan, Coretta Prescott.
Hello, my name is Richard Snellings. I reside in District 1, 1980 Loch Lomond Trail, City of South Fulton. And my comment is, it is absolutely shameful how this council tried to circumvent the public comments by placing the police sublease on a special called meeting because you knew we didn't support it, and we're here now not supporting it. Pandora's box is now open. What a great time to discuss these P-card statements. When I reviewed the P-card statements, I took note of a couple items. The first thing I wanted to make mention of is when I reviewed Councilwoman Gumm's P-card statement, it reflects someone's college tuition being paid. The support to private organizations was also on her P-card, and there was also excessive entertainment spending on the P-card. We also noticed there was no referral to the DA for that. I also thought about how Councilwoman Rowell and Williams' statements reflected they were having meals together at hotels in the Atlanta area. Of course, we saw no referrals to the DA for that. Now, you may remember that beautiful multi-page spread that Councilwoman Willis did with Councilwoman Gumbs and Rowell. I saw the charges on the P-card statement for that as well, $1,700 to be exact. The DA knew nothing about that. The council said that these referrals were in the spirit of transparency. Well, if that's the case, why did they only refer their enemies to the DA? There's something to be said about folks who are so vindictive that they attempt to jeopardize someone's freedom and livelihood. A review of the performance of the council will reveal bad decisions, selfishness, and bad attitudes. You waste our money with these Bill Edwards flyers, but have the audacity to refer someone to the DA for political retribution. You do not deserve to have a communications department. Your job is to make policy, not dictate hiring decisions, even if they are temporary employees. You should not be wasting my money on a portion of a floor in some luxury office building in Atlanta. I know you said this is a temporary solution, but this is a permanent waste of our money. Thank you.
Connie Robinson, Karen McGeehan, Coretta Prescott, Shonda Clark.
Hello, and thank you for listening to me today. My name is Karen McGeehan, and I live at 4600 Elgin Street. My topic is, again, the police location. I'm thinking that if we're going to spend $21,000 a week to the city of Atlanta, that I'd like to see that money come in to South Fulton. I also agree with Richard on the fact that I want to see the police be a vital part of our community. At 72 years of age, I've lived in many communities with many different integrations or lack thereof of the police department. I think it's an opportunity for us as a baby city or kindergarten, 5-year-old city, to create something that's a standout. And I believe having our police be a vital part of our city, integrated with us, so we view them as protectors and not enforcers, and be participating with the schools and meeting young people, and sitting down for coffee with them at coffee houses. I want to see them integrated in that way. There's so many things that in our country right now that are disruptive and separating. I don't want this police force separated from us. I want them integrated with us so we can all support each other and be a community. Thank you.
Connie Robinson, Corette Prescott, Shonda Clark, Joyce Jones, Pamela Harris, Jarman Bryant, Yofi Dow, and Naima Gilliard. Are any of those persons present? If you please approach the center mic.
Speaking to the mic, Miss Mama Joyce, thank you.
Hi, I'm Joyce Jones. I live on New Hope Road, South Fulton, and I want to address the police department being moved from. I want to address the police department being moved from South Fulton to the airport. I think that it really don't make sense, for one thing, for us to pay $21,000 a month to the city of Atlanta, where we could pay less than $21,000 to have the building on Old National being repaired. And for one thing, I would like to know, have the building been repaired, and who inspected the building on Old National for the mold? You all said that it was mold. What company inspected the building? I drove by the Old National building and I saw that it was a sign saying that the building was for sale. How are you gonna sell a building that has mold in it? That's against the law. So if the building have mold, you can't sell it. And my other thing is about the P cards. You all getting $5,000 a month. I mean, $5,000 a month for P cards. That's more than the average person has a month to live. And you all squandering $5,000 a month each on P cards to do at your discretion. I think that's deplorable for all these old people that can't hardly live or eat. And I think you all need to think about it. I think if we're gonna send the police department to Atlanta, maybe we should send the whole city back to Atlanta and start all over again with a new city, a new council, a new mayor, and just start all over again, because you all are not doing a good job with the city of South Fulton.
Are we at capacity? Are we at capacity because there are residents that are outside that can't get in?
I understand that there are some residents that are outside. We are unfortunately at capacity at this moment. We will ask those people to just watch on YouTube, and perhaps we usually have a little exodus after public comment. So if you're willing to be patient outside as people leave, you may be able to come in. Go ahead. Thank you.
Jarman Bryant, Sable Glen, 5th District. I have several different topics I want to cover. First is veto. These number of vetoes are over 50% of what the agenda is for the whole day. When the majority of South Fulton has voted for a particular mayor and they like what the mayor's ideals are, and you want to veto everything he says, that means that you veto all our votes. You said our votes aren't worth anything until we're ready to vote for you. Virtual meetings. You want to bring in virtual meetings because under emergency order. But if it's emergency, why nobody has to wear a mask if it's emergency? That disallows that whole thing. This investigation, why hasn't any action been taken after the results of the investigation that Smyrna did? Nothing's been done. If you don't want anything done, it's because you're complicit in it. Then that's the problem that I have. This garbage contract, I never heard of a contract that has an automatic raise for 4 years and tied to the cost of living, but the cost of living goes down, their income doesn't go down. I'd like to know who comes up with a contract like that and says this is good for you. Did the business give you the contract and say this is what we're going to do, and you went for it? That's the only way I can see that happening. Now, a lot of people are waiting for the next 2 elections to change who are in your positions right now. But my personal belief is it's time for a recall, not waiting for the next 2 elections, because I don't see this council doing anything but against what the majority of these voters voted. And I can't thank you.
Next is Yufi Dow and Naima Gilliard.
I just want to make a brief reminder. The sanitation contract has been removed from this agenda. It will be on the November 15th agenda. So any comments that you have about the sanitation or sanitation contract or citywide garbage collection, if you would please save those till November 15th. We will do this all again on November 15th, and we will hear those comments at that time. Go ahead, I'm sorry about that.
Coretta Prescott Sturdivant, Enon Pines, District Number 1. With all the negative press about the police department, why would any of you want to vote for them to move further away from the city unsupervised? Corruption and misconduct plagues our department, and you all see it fit to allow them to move in a new building that costs $21,000 a month. Please make it make sense. The mayor exposed misconduct and received a vote of no confidence. You all called him a liar. Then the Smyrna report was released. No one wants to acknowledge it because it confirms that the mayor was telling the truth. It also exposed more corruption and problems within the department. Where's the chief vote of no confidence? Better yet, why isn't he fired? Why hasn't the city manager fired him? Well, I get the feeling that, hold on. I got a lot. I get the feeling she can't do her job for fair retaliation. This current administration has failed us. The department needs to be cleaned out, starting with the chief. I have no faith in his ability to run the department, and now you all want to move outside city limits? Absolutely not. Thank you, Mayor, for being the only city government official to tell the truth. The city council really needs to do their job by letting others do theirs and serve the people, not their own agenda. It seems like we have dictators instead of representatives. We didn't vote y'all into office to turn into Hitler, Castro, Saddam, or Putin. I guess the constituents' input doesn't count. I guess we should follow Councilman Sebastian's advice and take a chill pill, eat a brownie or smoke some legal weed. Or we could call or email our council person to voice our opinion, but for what? When y'all have already made up y'all minds what y'all gonna do. From the outside looking in, we don't have a council, we have puppets and a puppet master.
Pamela Harris, Shonda Clark, Yufi Dow, and Naima Gilliard.
Good evening, everyone. Pamela Harris, Montclair Estates. My comment was regarding the adoption of the October 20th special called meeting and the city manager's report. How many residents are aware that the homes have been threatened with foreclosure or overdue trash bills? Are you aware that the plan?
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you. The city council has passed these rules. We can only talk about what's on the agenda. So,
okay. Well, I'll say this. In addition, I don't think that we should move, and I'd like to know what company actually said that there was mold in the facility on Old National Highway? The facility is for sale. So are you selling a building that has mold? Does the realtor know it? Will the potential buyers know it? I think that the police station should remain in the city of South Fulton. $21,000 a month is excessive, and I don't like it, and I don't think anybody else does. Thank you.
We're going to continue with these public comments. Just a quick point of information. However, we are not selling the building. We never owned the building on Old National, and we are not selling it. That is a private business matter. Councilwoman Emeritus Naeem McGilliard, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being our mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you, Brother Mohammed. You have reminded us that no matter what we do, we're supposed to love each other. Now, I want y'all to know you make it difficult, but I gotta love you. You make it difficult, though, for so many reasons. Many that you've heard this evening and many you're going to hear, you know, as you go through whatever this is that you're going through. So I need another second because I didn't prepare for that. But anyway, citizens were to have meaningful input in revising the comp plan. That's our future development. Remember how it was submitted in October? I do not see meaningful input in tonight's comp plan presentation or Friday's agenda, which I see as a get around. White Mill Road in Fairburn, White Mill Road is in Fairburn and in our city. Are they contributing to improving the road? There is a fire entrance between two houses instead of the developer having two entrances. That's unacceptable. Legislative priorities. Property is in Union City who wants to de-annex, not in the city of South Fulton. There should be no land swaps citizens do not know about, especially since Union City annexed more than 6,000 acres before we became a city. Do not override the mayor's vetoes. Why? Because of the unknowns. We do not know about what inflation is going to do to the economy, the impending recession, and Putin is getting ready to throw down, oh no, bombs.
I'm going to give you a few more moments to finish as a former elected official, but I will ask you to just...
Thank you. I'm going to hurry. I'm going to really hurry. So based on all of that, we should be really dealing with how we're spending money. Citizens requested an operational audit, not an internal auditor staff position. That's not going to be independent. Public Works Operating Center, where is it? How much does it cost? And how's it being funded? Georgia Power, this is the last one. This is key. There are environmental impacts on people from 5G. I am begging you to defer a decision on that until you read the public health consequences. Thank you so much, and I'm gonna still try to love you, okay?
Shonda Clark, Yuffie Dow.
Good evening. Before I begin, I'd just like to ask for a bit of professional courtesy. As I've sat here, this is public comment. I saw the mayor call to order when Councilmember Gumbs was trying to make a statement. So I just think it's good decorum for professionals in public comment, if you're a public servant, to be engaged. And with that being said, my comment is about the 4-year lease outside of the city of South Fulton and the move to allocate $500,000 for a press department. The city of South Fulton has a community of citizens interested in living in a city with access to first-class services. The first-class services I speak of can be a Parks and Recreation Department with adequate staffing to provide programming and activities to and for City of South Fulton citizens in all 7 districts. Sandtown Recreation Center has a group of young ladies and their parents that have to practice outside in the cold on occasion. Welcome Mall Park Recreation Center has a champion-level team unable to practice in their home facility because the pool is closed. Utilizing City of South Fulton funds for a facility outside of city limits to pay individuals that may not be citizens of City of South Fulton is a poor use and stewardship of City of South Fulton funds. The citizens of City of South Fulton need a group of supporters like Bill Edwards has on City Council and in multiple City of South Fulton departments to prioritize their needs. The Edwards Group on Council and their enforcers have attended to the needs of special interests and interests of their own, but not the interests of their constituency. District 1 has Soundtown Recreation Center, and District 3 has Welcome Mall Park Recreation Center. These district representatives have struck down nearly everything citizens want as presented by the mayor, and our facilities are still understaffed and partially open at best. And so for me, I think we have to reprioritize what our interests are and put it back on the citizens that really operate the city through their tax expenditures. And that's my time.
We don't have anybody on Zoom, right? Okay. That completes the non-Jack and Arlene comments for tonight. Yeah, the only comments remaining are for Jack and Arlene. We have 13 of those.
Okay, we will hear, Jack and Arlene, we will hear you shortly. I believe the next item now is council comments. We'll start with District 1, Dr. Rao.
Thank you. Very interesting comments. I will say that I think there continues to be misinformation on so many of these items, which is regrettable. From whether we own the building, whether there's mold, just all number of things. I wish the first time that I would have heard any concern from the people who I represent in District 1 would have contacted me specifically before we got to this point, because I would have been more than happy to shed light on any of that information. I continue to make myself available in that way. But I won't take up a lot of time, because I think throughout this comment, I hope the city manager will take some time to address some of the misinformation that you heard addressed by the public.
Madam City Manager.
I know, Mayor, that there was a lot said, and I know particularly I wanted to make sure that I responded to the comments about the police department, the 100 Hartsfield location, and the mayor did respond to that. The building that they moved out of on Old National was not owned by the city of South Fulton. We were renting that facility, and due to the deteriorating conditions there and the mold, we felt it was in the best interest of our employees and in the city that we relocate them. I don't know how many of you had an opportunity to listen to our work session 2 weeks ago, but we were using a commercial real estate broker, T. Dallas Smith, and they have looked at numerous locations around the city of South Fulton, but unfortunately we have not been able to find a location fitting for our police department. So this is a temporary fix. We have no expectations of leaving them at that location. We have purchased 9 acres off of Old National to build a police department. So I definitely wanted to address that.
Thank you, Council. I'm going to ask for order. You all spoke, so it's our turn to speak, and we'll be on intermission, and at the end, and you all can speak again. Following up on one public comment question, do we have a mold study of that building that we can share with our constituents?
Yes, we do. Is Martha Anderson here? Okay. We will get you the name and we can share that information as well. But we did have a professional company go out and do an assessment of the mold in the building that the police moved out of on Old National.
Thank you. Councilwoman Gomes.
Well, first, I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. I know that this will be a very interesting meeting, but I appreciate your engagement and for being here. I do want to remind you all that we do have a Community Appreciation Day to support the businesses that are at Butner Village. That will be on Saturday, November the 5th from 12 to 4. We will have bouncy houses, food, music, and an opportunity to engage with business owners in the community. I would love to see you out for that. Also, too, on this Thursday, we will be having our Senior Summit and Health Fair. That will be at the Southwest Arts Center off of New Hope Road, and that is in conjunction with the police department. That will begin at 11 a.m. on Thursday, October the 27th. We've heard a lot of comments, and I'm glad that the city manager was able to address some of the falsehoods that have been stated. We do welcome the P-card conversation because there are things that you all probably need to hear. We've been very transparent, and it's so nice of Mr. Snellings to really address that I paid tuition with the P-card, which is absolutely false. So I just want you all to be aware of the truth. And I have nothing to hide, nothing at all. And I do support this city. I am very transparent, and I have no reason to lie about anything or take your money or my money to misuse it. So again, I thank you, and I welcome the opportunity for us to have this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, District 3, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mayor. I am excited to see that this room is packed with engaged constituents, and I would ask that you please stay to hear the discussions in its entirety, because it would clear up a lot of the misinformation that has been put out in the community. The Welcome All Park Pool is closed, and it is closed because this council voted to renovate the roof of the pool, and we have invested over $2 million in that pool renovation. That renovation will not be complete until May of 2023. I am just as frustrated as you all about the pool being closed, but unfortunately, due to the supply and demand issues, ordering materials has been very difficult for contractors, and they are working as fast as they can. The city manager can tell you that I have my foot on her neck about this pool because I want our championship winners to be back in our pool, but it's beyond our control. This council has invested over $2 million for the repairs, and they are working as fast as they can. When you leave out, you see the scaffolds up because the pool is under construction. As far as the P card, I really don't want to dignify this because we will have a lengthy discussion during the P card discussion. But what I will tell you is I have been sitting in this seat since 2017. I've never been asked to pay any expenditures back. I've never been accused of misusing my P card. I've submitted all my receipts according to our P card policy. I did go to school for accounting. I do have a master's in accounting, so I'm not going to do anything that is against the principles that I have been taught or my moral beliefs and convictions, because I do not want my husband, Lieutenant Colonel Willis, to have to put handcuffs on me and take me to Rice Street. I enjoy representing the district that he grew up in, and I will not do anything unethical to jeopardize that. We will continue with our annual food distribution for Thanksgivings this year. Mr. Ramsey, can you please pass out the flyer to everyone in here? Just scan the QRC code to register. We have a maximum of 1,000 people we can give Thanksgiving's bags to. So we already have 300 people registered. I will be sending the flyers to all of the schools in the city of South Fulton. So please register to get your Thanksgiving's bag. And then this Saturday, there will be a citywide trunk or treat here at Welcome All Park. So please, if you want to participate as a community, please make sure you reach out to the Park and Recreation Division so that you can come out, bring your car or your table to represent your community. I'm looking forward to seeing you. And again, thank you for coming and engaging with the City of South Fulton. And please stay through the entirety of the meeting so you can hear the discussions and get the correct information. God bless you all.
District 4, Councilman Sebastian.
Good evening, everyone. Again, thank you all for being here and for being engaged. My comments, basically, Councilman Worrell started with them. There's a whole lot of misinformation that goes around. I try not to govern by next door, although I do every now and then try to address things on next door, and I've been quickly learning that that's a futile effort. But nonetheless, one thing that I've always said is I don't know any of these council members whose offices, whose phones, whose emails are closed off to the public. We all have newsletters, by the way. If you're in District 4 and you don't get my newsletter, please email and get signed up for it. I don't block people off of my emails. Just email. I don't block people from my newsletter. Just email and you'll be put on it. Misinformation. I don't spend $5,000 a month. My P card limit is $5,000 a month. So if we have to go to conferences or we have to do events in the community, we have up to $5,000 that we can use. It is not that we spend $5,000 a month, people. We are not that wasteful, okay? The other thing is, I think it's a lot of information on this whole thing with the police that could have been made a little bit clear. And quite frankly, we are failing you by not communicating properly, right? But be reminded of this. This council does not run the communication department for the city. We try to communicate to you guys through our newsletters as much as possible and in one-on-one conversations that we may have with citizens or HOA groups and so forth. But it's not this council's job. When we ask for things to go out in the media or after meetings, it is not our job to go and say, put that out, put that out, put that out. That's why you allow us to pay people for doing that sort of stuff. And I'm not throwing anybody under the bus, because let me tell you this. Before I was a council member in year 1 of this city, we had an issue with water that was contaminated. Former Councilwoman Gilead could attest to this. And I called her and I said, I just got back in town. I just learned that our water is contaminated and no one in my household knows. How are we communicating out to citizens? We weren't even supposed to wash our hands with the water. And what she told me then was to call the mayor, which I did. And I said, Mr. Mayor, water contamination, how are we communicating out to the citizens here en masse? So we have had a problem from day 1 with communication, for whatever reasons. I think we're a city that's big enough that we should be able to have a better communication system, even our own television channel. We should be able to have public information channel. So those are some of the things that we probably should look into and try to push forward. So I'm just going to say this. I don't think, again, anyone up here of these 6 people, and by the way, let me just say this. I have no friends in council. None of them are my friends. Okay? You know what they are? They're my colleagues on council. And I try to work with them accordingly. When we have disagreements, I'm not going to come up here and fight with them over disagreement, because guess what? We have already done that. So when I show up to meeting, unless something has happened for me to change my mind, I'm ready to vote. My mentor, who was a mayor in a city in Minnesota, right? He said to me, Councilmember Sebastian, your council meeting should take about 90 minutes. between you and staff on work sessions, when you show up to council meeting, everything should be worked out and you should come to vote. I pray that we can get there one of these days. But for the type of misinformation that I see out here, and I said to one of my constituents yesterday, good people don't want to get into government. Because you know what? Good people who are in government get treated really, really crappy. And so all of us need to look into the mirror and say, you know what? Let me call my council member. Let me really get the truth here. I see it out there. I see it. And I'm disappointed that some people that I know no better are putting out misinformation. And it's galling because you're saying, boy, you can't even talk, because if you talk, they're going to jump in you and they're going to accuse you of sleeping with somebody that you're not sleeping with, right? I'm just telling you, that's how we get treated. I've seen it out there, people saying we're taking money under the table. And I'm asking my colleagues, how come y'all getting the cut, y'all not give me none? Listen, I'm being real with y'all. So I'm saying, former council member, talk about love. Listen, I don't have people that I hate. I just don't do that. It's not in my nature, right? So I love on everybody as much as they'll allow me to love on them. But what I do, I really do try to talk the truth and do what is in the best interest. So with that, thank you all for really coming out. And my fear with the whole P-card issue, I don't care what comes out, right? My fear is that there's some individuals who are involved in this whole process that might further damage their names and their reputation. So just going to say that. That's my concerns. With that being said, thank you all.
Thank you. District 5, Councilman Reeves.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, for recognizing me. Well, I would like to say I have friends on council, but I keep hearing y'all say I have no friends on council. I don't know how that makes me feel, but you know, right. But however, I do want to thank to the constituents. I do want to thank y'all for coming out, voice y'all concerns, particularly to the residents of District 5. And one thing is I make myself available. I hear I'm not, around and I don't respond, but I do. And so you can call me and I will pull up on you in your driveway. That is my office, because I don't feel like you have to travel down here to City Hall or to wherever, but we're local. That's a beautiful part about local government. Residents will call me. I will meet with them privately in a little cluster to hear their concerns. And I address those concerns. And so, and one of the things that I try to do is I try to stay positive all the time. Everybody tells, how you doing today? Best day of my life. Before anything happens, you have to wake up first. And so you have another day to get it right. So we are a work in progress. Everything is in progress. And let me just say this about the police precinct. And I'm just going to disagree with some of the statements about our chief and our staff. I actually let staff do their job. We have been looking for a precinct before I got on council. And while I was on here, there was opportunities and opportunities and opportunities. They just did not manifest. They did not materialize. So this was the best option. The precinct that moved out from Old National, we did not own. But we do own the former building that's the Jackson Music Store. So there will be relocated down the street in front of the future of what's coming. So I would like us to champion on the process on this precinct materializing, because this is land that we own. And so, but without going into further detail about that, is just stay tuned, stay more engaged, stay keeping us accountable. And I thank y'all and appreciate y'all for that. And no matter what, I love you and you can't do nothing about it. Thank you. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I will be remiss. This week we do have Booze and Booze at the Old National Commons of Taste of Soul Food. Come on out. We do have a fall festival. That's World Changers. This Saturday come out. And November the 5th, we are having a Veterans Chili Cook-Off. If you're a veteran and you can cook chili, we have 3 categories: meat, vegetarian, and vegan. And so come on out. It's top prize for each category. And that will be at our field at Burdett. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Reeves. District 6, Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, Mayor.
I would like to thank all of the residents who came out. It is certainly gratifying to see a room full of enthusiastically engaged residents. And with that being said, I have no further comment.
All right, we're doing our council comments now. I do want to thank everyone for coming out. There had been talk that attendance at our meetings was on the decline. I am happy to see that that is not the case. There are a ton of events for fall, for Halloween, and for November and Thanksgiving that are coming up. You can find most of those events at cityofsouthfultonga.gov. You can find others at khalidcares.com. And if you have not signed up for my newsletter or mobile alerts, you can text the word Fulton, F-U-L-T-O-N, to 33777. A lot has been said. More will be said in the coming hours. It's often said that politics is all about relationships. I think that's a horrible saying and a horrible way to do politics. I think politics should be about facts. It should be about data-driven policy making. The danger in making politics about relationships is that you put yourself in an echo chamber with people that you agree with, people that you have relationships with. They're people that you feel comfortable with. And when new people come with new information, they are often seen as suspect or not trusted because they don't have the relationship. And certainly if there are people that you are in conflict with or just don't like, when politics is about relationship, you just don't listen to them, which creates a chilling effect, particularly amongst our staff. When politics are all about relationships, and you are a staff member that has to build a relationship with an elected official, it creates a chilling effect on your speech. You are less likely to challenge that elected official or present them with information that they don't want to hear because you are concerned about building the relationship and you're not able to just freely operate and challenge and push back and say the tough things that need to be said. Many of the items that I have vetoed were not even recommended by staff. Staff actually recommended against them or recommended doing them in a different way. And we've got to listen to our staff. We also have to try to listen more to one another when we are having tough conversations and to put policies and the city's best interests over our feelings and our relationships. And with that, Mr. Clerk, I'll ask you to sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, we're on page 2, number 7, veto override discussions. The first item.
Actually, we're not. The first item is the emergency
resolution.
urban
Yes.
agriculture. Thank you for this, Dr. Rao.
Yeah, reading the title into the record, it's a resolution to authorize the city to apply for the City Urban Agriculture Planning Grant through the Atlanta Regional Commission and Food Well Alliance. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Catherine Rao.
My motion is to approve the resolution that would allow us to apply for this funding The application deadline is approaching on November 18th, and we want to make sure that the staff and the work group have sufficient time to pull together a quality application. It calls for a match of cash or in-kind up to $75,000.
So move.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? I just have one quick item. I was recently at Chattahoochee Hills Charter School, and the USDA is also coming out with, I think, $32 million in urban agriculture funds. So I just want that to be on our radar as well, that we can maybe combine all of these funds together to do more urban ag in our city.
They're loans. They're loans. They were loans. 'Cause I was there with you, but they were loans.
Thank you. Councilman Sebastian says they were loans. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
It's roll call. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis? Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
That resolution is approved unanimously.
All right, go ahead and sound the next item.
Now we're on item 7. First veto override is council consideration of an override of the mayor's veto of ordinance creating Department of Public Affairs and Special Events. That ordinance was sponsored by Councilmember Williams.
I'm going to ask if it is all right with Councilwoman Williams, since items number 7 and 8 deal with the same department, could we take those items together?
Sure.
All right, I will entertain a motion.
I move to override the mayor's veto.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Do we have any discussion? Dr. Rao.
Just for the benefit of the public, how much did the city spend on our Juneteenth celebration, coordinating special events? Can somebody speak to that?
If I'm not mistaken, it was $150,000 that was budgeted.
Right. When you add that, what city anniversary, do you have an estimate of how much that cost the city?
Just off the top of my head,
I'll take a rough ballpark.
30,000.
Okay. So just on those 2 events alone, paying outside contractors is the equivalent of what we would pay, would you say, for this position in terms of what we are contracting out?
Yes, but we got to include salary and
That's
benefits.
just 2 events for the year, not to mention all the events that occur in the city. Okay. So I just wanted to get that for the edification of the public. A basic napkin cost benefit analysis would tell you that it would be cheaper to bring this in-house than to keep contracting out for every event. So I just wanted to share that. So.
Councilwoman Willis.
I've had in-depth conversations with Ms. Sally Jones regarding this position, and I think the public affairs role is very important because I would like to see them take a more active role in community and citywide events. For example, as a policymaker, I really would like to focus more so on policy versus a lot of the community outreach events that I have initiated over the years, such as Feeding the City, such as the different festivals that happen in Welcome All Park. I truly do believe that we need someone in the Public Affairs Division to oversee all of those citywide events, the citywide anniversary, as well as the state of the city. And obviously, there is a opportunity for us to grow and improve in this area, Ms. Sally Jones, because we have a room packed with residents that could not even get into this meeting. And a lot of the comments from residents that were made today was information that was misinformed. I mean, I only represent District 3, and I think I do a pretty good job sending out quarterly mailers, emails to give my residents factual information. But to hear the information that I heard today is not a lot of factual information that we have to clear up today. And so I just think that what we're doing now isn't working. And I would like to defer to the city attorney as it relates to policy. Is it or is it our job as city council to create and approve and fund positions? Because that's what I read in the charter. And I'm being accused of doing the city manager's job when in fact the charter says that this city council shall create and fund positions.
Correct. No, it's always been.
I'm sorry, I'm going to ask that we don't have any shouting. We're going to have a civil meeting. You all will get a chance to speak at the end of the meeting with any council person that wants to stay behind. But right now, it is the council's turn to speak. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So as a founding mother of the city who worked along with several residents to bring the city to fruition, there have been 2 charters. The original initial charter was House Bill 514. That language was in House Bill 514, and now we are operating on the charter, House Bill 1093, and nothing was changed with that language. And it states that this city council creates, dissolves, and fund positions. Not in specifically those words, but it does say that in the charter. Am I correct or am I not?
You're correct. The current charter, and I think has always been constituted, is a city council form of government, city manager, and the council sets forth the policy, the other policy that the city manager follows, and that includes creating or abolishing departments.
So it is the city manager's job to essentially effectuate the policy that we set. And I'm doing my job when we see there's a need, when there's a shortfall. And if you look at all of our budgets, it is on OpenGov. I'm contracting videographers, I'm contracting people to write press releases, I'm contracting people to come and cover what's going on in the community. I am contracting people to tell the story of who we are, who the city is, so that people can hear positive things versus the misinformation and the negative and the propaganda that's being put out. Because the negativity does impact our economic development and our financial viability of the city. And so, Ms. Sally Jones, I understand that you may not 100% agree with this policy, but we also have to be consistent. We can't say we should listen to staff recommendations when it suits us. If we're going to listen to staff recommendation, we should always listen to staff recommendation. Because I do recall the city manager saying that we should not approve the possibility of studying at $20 per hour, because she didn't want us locked into that. And it was approved, but the city manager recommended against that. So please don't say we should follow what the city manager is recommending, and when that's not a consistent policy. And if I'm not mistaken, that came with an over $1 million fisc. Am I correct, Mrs. Sally Jones? At least that's what the assistant city manager told me, that fisc for that $20 an hour study was $1 million fisc.
If that's what he told you, then I will stand behind what he told you, but we do have at least, I think, over 100 employees that are below the $20 per hour minimum. And the reason you recommended that we not do that is because we were doing a comprehensive compensation wage study. Yes. That may have yield higher than $20 an hour. That's correct. For wages. Yes. But we still went against her recommendation. And so in this case,
is the public affairs position budgeted in the budget that we just approved?
Karen, did we put, yes ma'am, we did put that in there.
So as a policymaker in doing our job, we created this role and we also we funded this role.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Councilman Willis. Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the lack of communication between the mayor and council sometimes contribute to some of these, whether it's, to some of these vetoes and some of these issues. It is our job to structure and build the government in a way that we see fit for the time that we're here. That's just how it works. When I was running for office, a lot of what I was told by the residents of District 4, that we don't feel like we're getting anything in District 4. We feel left out. That's just what it is. There was no upgraded done to City Grove Park. There was very little done to Wilkinson Mill Park. And so we didn't have a lot of functions. We don't have any public buildings in District 4. We have a couple of fire stations. That's it. We have no way to have meetings. We have to ask for places to go and have meetings. So by way of the warehouses are Union City, by the way, if I'm hearing that correct. These two items, they are our attempt at helping out in an area where this city, as I just said before, we do have a communication problem. We have problems sometimes executing events and getting things done. Gary is the head of the department. I would have an event and sometimes Gary's showing up to take pictures himself. I mean, we need to structure things differently so that that area of the government works better. And it is our opinion that these two items are steps in that direction. Now, if it doesn't work, guess what we have the power to do?
Change it.
Come back and change it. But we can't sit and do nothing. Based on the first 10 months of me being here, and I'm one of those that try to keep away from staff. I just ask for things, and sometimes if they don't happen, they don't happen, right? But the bottom line is, we have to do something and make some changes. I know we have created other things since I've been here. And I'm not sure why is it communication and discussion cannot happen between mayor and council to say, okay, here's what it's going to be, here's what it's going to cost. Okay, we're going to try this, and if it doesn't work, we come back and we fix it again. So I'll just say it's part of our jobs, and we have to do it because we can't just not do anything based on how it's working or not working out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Sebastian. Councilwoman Gomes.
I think pretty much a lot of my colleagues have shared that the present system that we have is currently not working. I believe we only have 2 people in our communications department at this time. 2, to filter communication across the entire city. With the robust engagement that we try to have with our residents, it is no way humanly possible to really have you all engaged the way that we need to with only 2 people. Our social media doesn't hardly get any traction. A lot of our events, we spend, as our city manager has shared, a lot of money on our events.
You don't show up.
And none of the residents show up. Some of y'all do, but it's only a handful. So the present the present strategy that we have right now is not working. Certainly, we don't want to create, positions just to be creating them. This is something that we feel, and based off of the information that was shared today in public comments, is definitely something we need. It's unfortunate that we have to override the veto, but again, it is something that is needed for this city. I think you will see it streamlined. You will also see improvement in the way that we filter out information, and I think is beneficial for the city. I do have a question, and just for clarification, City Manager, maybe you can help. This is for 2 positions?
Yes, it's for the director and then the special projects manager.
And we've budgeted how much for it?
Karen, do you have that available?
$309,000, and that is including salaries and their actual budget for the year. Events. Is that correct? Okay. All right. Thank you.
That's the operating budget. Yeah.
The operating budget. Okay. Thank you.
Madam City Manager, if it is okay with you, I will be directing questions to our Director of Communications, Mr. Gary Leftwich, our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Karen Slayton-Dixon, and our Deputy Parks Director, Mr. Stephen Maxwell. Could they come forward, please?
Yes, that'll be fine.
We are here with this ordinance creating a Department of Public Affairs because it was requested for you to put it in the budget. And you said no. And so the council just created a department. That is why we're here. I just want to be clear, this was not your recommendation for this department. Do I have that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And Mr. Gary Leftwich, you are our Director of Communications now. Was this your recommendation?
No, sir.
How many staff do you have in your department now?
Currently 2.
2 and you, so that's 3?
2 including me.
2 including. What is the number of staff that you have for, not that are hired, but how many staff positions do you have under communications?
We were up to 5.
5, including you?
Mm-hmm.
5, okay. My next question is for Ms. Karen Slayton-Dixon. This department is $300,000. That is the salaries and benefits. Is it also an events budget?
No, it's actually, yes, that's correct.
What is the budget for? What percentage? What amount of that $300,000 is for events?
I don't have that correct number with me tonight, but it is for a total, and we pretty much budgeted at probably about 75% because we figured that the position wouldn't be filled until the first of the year.
All right, thank you. I'm going to ask Mr. Maxwell to come forward. It's my understanding that between Parks and Communications, they handle the Juneteenth and the city anniversary. I thought that we spent $100,000 on the city anniversary. Is that not correct?
The city anniversary didn't fall under Parks in the budget. What was put in the budget for the department was that of Juneteenth.
All right, and that we heard that was $150. Who handled the budget? Who handled the production of the city anniversary? Would that be you, Mr. Leftwich?
Could you repeat the question?
Who handled the production of the city anniversary?
The communication department did with a budget of $120,000.
$120,000. So we are at $270,000 on events that virtually no one attended. I want to talk about I want to say something about Madam City Manager. You said that there are 1 as many as 100 employees that are not making $20 an hour in our city?
Yes, that's correct, based upon the information provided to me by our finance, not our finance, our HR department, pardon me.
The living wage in Metro Atlanta is now $17.92 an hour. If we have 100 employees that are not making $20 an hour, the last thing we need to do is be setting up a new department to hire and create more employees. We need to get the people that are already in our department paid a living wage. I produce a newsletter. It usually takes me about 12 hours to write the newsletter. There are a lot of links. This last newsletter actually took me about 18 hours. There were all of these videos. I will say that there's been talk about misinformation. My newsletter is reviewed by lawyers. There is a link to a document for everything that I assert in the newsletter. This newsletter had no less than 4 videos of council meetings where you can see these items being debated and worked through the process and being not recommended by our staff. I also spend a great deal of my account hiring people inside our city. The $270,000 that we spent for Juneteenth and for our city anniversary were spent not only with consultants that don't live in the city, they don't even live in Fulton County. We want to talk about relationships. They don't have relationships. That's why nobody showed up to the events. There are people like Tori Tomlinson with Old National Entertainment or Carlos Neal with After 9 Partners who pack out parks for half that amount. But we don't hire our own folks. And so, I never thought I would find myself agreeing with Bill Edwards. But I am going to ask now, Ms. Karen Slayton-Dixon, we all have council aides and staff that can help us put on events and help us write newsletters. How much are we paying for council aides? What is that budget for the city council and mayor's office?
Well, those positions started at $57,000.
And the total with fringe benefits, I think it's something like $589,000 we're spending on support staff.
You mean overall for all 7 districts?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Right. $600,000 for support staff. A communications director with 4 staff people, 4 staff positions. Why are we doing this? And are these new people that want to speak again? All right. These are people that want to speak again. Councilwoman Willis.
So one of the things that we're going to talk about when we get to PCARD and procurement policy is policy, because that's our job policy. I would love to give certain people that I am familiar with and I like contracts, but that's not legal. In government, we must follow policy, procurement procedures. Mr. Leffridge, Ms. Sally-Jones, do you mind if I ask Mr. Leffridge a question?
No, ma'am, that's fine.
How did you choose the vendor?
We chose the vendor through the procurement process where we interviewed 4 different vendors, and this was the vendor with the best price.
So as much as I want to use people that are local, familiar, we have to follow policy, or we can go to jail. As far as the budget, I recall revising the ordinance so that we could use the same budget, $120,000 budget for both the city anniversary and Juneteenth. So wasn't that $120-something budget used for 2 events? Juneteenth and the city. I revised the budget so that we could use the same budget, and the reason I did that, because if we spent more money, if we needed more money for one event than the other, then we had that flexibility to interchange. It wasn't a separate budget.
Correct. It was $120,000 per event.
Per event?
Per event.
Yeah.
Per event.
Ms. Sally Jones, was
Ours
that?
was at 80, and we were told there was no way by the vendor we could do that, so we requested more, and you led the policy change to make it 120.
For a citywide event?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you recall at the city anniversary of us only having 10 people?
It was not 10 people. It was not the turnout we hoped. Are you talking about the
So we
Thursday
have
night
3
event?
days of event. Thursday we had a town hall event, and I was there. I was on the panel, and I recall seeing approximately 100 people in the audience. Mayor, you didn't attend, but you reported that it was only 10 people there. Was it on? Am I correct?
At that event, yes.
The second day we had an event at the Wolf Creek Amphitheater. How many people approximately attended that event?
There were probably 200 people at that event.
Okay. And so, Mr. Leffridge, one of the things that we haven't been able to do, I know when I got elected, we have a lot of seniors, and they don't have emails, and they're asking us to mail. They're asking us to do robocalls. And so, that is one of the reasons why we have created a public affairs department to handle citywide events, so that Mr. Leffridge can focus on doing more internal communication and building our city social media sites and ways that we can communicate to residents. That is one of the reasons why I support this ordinance. It's not a slap in Mr. Leffridge's face. It's a way to improve upon what we're already doing, because obviously what we're doing isn't working.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to address the whole issue of attendance at those events, if I may, because I was at both of those events, and there were quite a bit of people. As a matter of fact, I would venture to say that number 200 might be low, right? So I don't want it to be, if it's going to be said that nobody attended these events, it's really misleading the people in this room, and we should stop doing that, right? Now, was the turnout at both of those events as well as it could have been? No. But the problem was, many of my residents said afterwards, they did not even know.
Yeah.
So it goes back again to us failing our residents by not having a proper and robust communication thing in place. So again, we're not here to diss anybody. We're not taking a dilute in nobody's power. We're saying what we're doing is not working, and we're trying to strengthen it. But I don't want us to sit here and say nobody attended our events. Good. That's not true. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Sebastian. Councilman Reeves.
Thank you, Mayor, for recognizing me. Has anybody in this room attended an event and then found out about another event that you wanted to be at, going on at the same time in another place, but didn't know about it? Right. So we're going to try to minimize that, as this person will keep all events and things of that nature. So we want all of our constituents to attend. And for the 5th anniversary, you know, we turned 5, so, you know, I made a big deal out of it within myself, and we had a nice little thing going on, but because that's something unique, that is our DNA. No matter what other holiday there is, May 1st is this city's birthday, and I'm big on birthdays. And so one thing is we should all celebrate, and that is the one thing that is unique to this city, and something that we all, because we all can do better in participation and spreading the word for those who do know that we can do that. And so, but this, I think this position is warranted. And so, for all the reasons my colleague stated and for all the reasons of the future to come. and so that we can be more engaging. And you know, whether it's information or whatever, the bottom line is information. And you know, the power of information is what you do with it and what you can, you know, make the best use of it is. And hey, listen, we're all here. We all want to be on one accord with one message. And so that's the way I feel that we can stay on one message, is to have accountability within this department. And you know, and Mr. Lefford, you were staffed with 5 people, correct?
Yes, sir.
And 3 of those positions have been unfilled for how long?
Since August.
Since August.
Because I have been held off and not allowed to go forward and fill them.
So you've been held off, you've been held off?
Until this change is effective.
And that's been since August?
Mm-hmm.
And that directive came from?
My supervisory chain.
Which would be?
The city manager and the assistant city manager, who rightfully did so because we did not know what was going to shake out of this.
Okay.
So when did this dialogue occur about this position being created with you? When did you find out about this position being created?
The public affairs director?
Yes.
Shortly before it's placed on an agenda. There was no discussion with me.
So that would be approximately?
There was a discussion, to set this correct, of putting a press secretary in the clerk's office.
But the time that the positions was unfilled from August until that time, was there any advertisement of the position being open? Did you try to fill those positions immediately?
We did.
So was that taken off the website?
It was never on the website. We immediately wanted to, and we wanted to be able to pay more than we were able to offer to attract a better quality talent to do the job.
And that discussion happened when?
That discussion happened after in August, the staff went to 2.
And after that meeting, subsequently, then all discussions ended?
Until this time.
Okay, well, look, I'm gonna
Councilmember Reeves,
let my other colleagues go further too, but I will say this last thing as far as doing business with the city. We have a procurement process. I can't put friends on, but friends who have a legitimate business, I can tell them how to sign up to do business with the city of South Fulton, and they can go through the process. So there is a way that you can do work with the business with the city of South Fulton. You have to go through the process of being on the procurement list so you can get the solicitations that's coming out and bid on them accordingly. And I hope that there's going to be something that our staff comes up with on how to do business with the city and how to hold those. And but communication is key, and I think that is important to know and denote, and I'm gonna yield my time.
Thank you, Councilman Reeves. Just a few points of clarification on what we just heard. Mr. Leffridge, was there an RFP or solicitation for the city anniversary or Juneteenth?
Yes, there
All right.
was for Juneteenth, but the short time frame between when it was approved and when we had the anniversary, there was no time.
There was no solicitation for the city anniversary. All right. And then for Juneteenth, how long was that solicitation out?
That you'll have to talk to Mr. Maxwell. That was actually planned and done by the Parks and Rec Department.
Mr. Maxwell, while he's coming, I have a couple questions for you. I wasn't at the city anniversary dinner on the 28th. I was at the African American Mayors Association in Washington, D.C. But the Southwest Art Center seats 375 people. What, in your estimation, were the number of people that attended that were not staff and not on the program?
likely, as Councilman Sebastian remembered, about 10 or 15.
Thank you. You can come forward, Mr. Maxwell. I want to ask you about Wolf Creek. What is the capacity of Wolf Creek?
500.
500? And then with the lawn, that's 500 seated? What is it with the lawn?
That's 500 seated.
With the lawn area, it's still it's 500?
No, the number would go up. I want to believe that it says somewhere between 750 and 1,000.
1,000?
If you include the grass area, I want to say it goes up to about 750.
1,000. There were definitely 200 is generous for the number of people that were at our city at our Juneteenth celebration. The fireworks were spectacular. I was there with the first dog. We met every person in the field because 200 people is generous, but there are 1,000 people that place fills. What was the solicitation for Juneteenth?
We had to put it on the agenda for council to approve, and then it went through the solicitation process. Since there was an ordinance that was created for the funding for that event, we did that first, and then it went through the solicitation process through procurement. I want to say they had it out, because I wasn't part of that actual process, I want to say they had it out for 30 days. It was a short list of vendors that actually put in a bid, and they had to go with the one that was within the threshold.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Williams.
I yield to Councilwoman Rao.
Councilwoman Rao.
At this point, I don't know how much debate we need to have on this. It's clear that we have not used our resources in a way to maximize the public's participation. I don't know how many times we have to go through an iteration of math, but just those two events alone cover what we're proposing. It just doesn't make sense. And in fact, Mayor, you're reconfirming the fact that we don't have sufficient participation from the public. I know I send out a newsletter every week, and it's full of events, and the people in this room can attest to it who get this newsletter. So again, it's not working. I think the key thing here is if we find we need to pivot in 5 or 6 months and we're not improving on that, then we need to shift. That's what leaders do. They admit when something is not right and they turn. It's not working. So I call for the previous question.
The previous question has been called. Please call the vote for the previous question, Mr. Clerk.
Let's vote to call the question. Roll call, Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis. Yes. Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
The question has been called. The main motion is on the floor.
All right. Would you just read the motion and we'll call for the vote?
Yes, on the floor you have a motion by Councilmember Williams, seconded by Councilmember Gumbs, to approve items 7 and 8, which is the override of Ordinance 2022-029, which deals with the creation of the Public Affairs and Special Events Department, as well as the override of Ordinance 2022-030, which amended the department descriptions.
All right, call for the vote.
It's a roll call vote. Main motion, Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs. Yes. Councilmember Willis. Yes. Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
That motion, those motions are approved. Both items are overruled.
Thank you. I will just ask Madam City Manager if we could produce a new org chart that shows where these new departments will sit. Well, and I would ask that for all of these departments, the internal auditor as well. Please sound the next item.
We're on item 9. It's council consideration of override of the mayor's veto of an ordinance regulating temporary employees. This is sponsored by Council Members Williams, Willis, Sebastian, and Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
I will entertain a motion.
I move to override the mayor's veto.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? I just want to reconfirm with our city manager that this is also not something that you recommend.
No, Mayor.
I just want to have it on the record for this vote. Dr. Rao, are you?
No.
Oh, no, I thought you were in the queue to speak.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Okay. All right. Seeing no other comments, I'll call for the vote.
It's a roll call vote to override the mayor's veto. Councilmember Rao?
No.
Councilmember Gomes? Yes. Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
That item was approved.
All right, please sound.
5-1.
Thank you. Please sound the next item.
Next item is item 10, council consideration of override of the mayor's veto of a lease agreement with 100 Hartsfield Center.
All right, I'm going to open the discussion for this.
We need a first and a second, please.
Well, I haven't entertained a motion yet, so I just want to make some quick comments. I do believe that this is somewhat necessary. I don't like the way that it came about without public comment. I believe that 18,000 square feet is probably more than we need. I believe that sooner than later, we should move our records to the Jackson's Music Store location. It's already building. It doesn't need to be built. If there is exigent circumstances around GCIC and the maintenance of records, then we can handle that within the next few months. And regardless of how this vote goes, I will continue to push to use the properties that we own in the city of South Fulton and to get out of this lease as soon as humanly possible. And with that, I will entertain a motion to override this veto.
Mayor, we're in comments. You spoke.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Willis.
I would like to, Ms. Sadler Jones, can you please bring up Chief Meadows?
Yes, ma'am. Chief Meadows.
So we have.
We are.
Yes.
So I did go and look at this facility on yesterday because I wanted to know what this facility looked like. It is move-in ready. It does have furniture in it already, so we don't have to build anything out. We do not have to purchase much furniture. We will have to pay for the IT infrastructure to be put in and a few secure doors. Can you please inform the public what part of this division will be housed in this facility?
So as I mentioned before, there will be no public-facing services that will be at the Hartsfield-Jackson location. We have people that work in GCIC. These are the people that enter tickets into the state system. They enter warrants into the state system. We also have our background and recruitment section, which right now is occupying the precinct out at Cedar Grove, where they do all of our hiring, interviewing, and things of that nature. When they're going through interviews, they actually have to close the precinct down so that they can do it, in a more private way. And so our expectation is to move them out to the Hartsfield-Jackson space, freeing up that space for our patrol division. Right now, when we close, and I think it's important that I put some context to how we got here. Initially, when we purchased the 9 acres of land, we were looking at other facilities inside of the city, and unfortunately, we weren't able to move forward with any of those options. At some point, we got word that one of our employees was sick. It appears he had mold in his lungs, and he actually had to go through rehab as a form of therapy. And so that day, when I found that out, I closed down the old National Precinct. I moved everybody out of there, and unfortunately, we had to move everyone that was in the old National Precinct into the Butner Road Precinct, which is only 1,200 square feet. We moved them out of a building that was roughly 8,000 square feet into a building that was already occupied, and it was already full at the time to 1,200 square feet. And so that's where they've been operating out of since that time. Our detectives have been running extension cords into buildings so that they could do their paperwork inside of their patrol cars. And that's just to give you some context of what our people have had to go through over the past
Well, since July, because we closed down the precinct July 27th. And so those are the conditions that we've been in. None of the forward-facing services, no patrol, none of the special enforcement will be going out to Hartsfield-Jackson. Only those units that aren't forward-facing to the public. In other words, the public never see these people anyway. These are the people that enter warrants into the system, as I said. These are the people that do our interviews for hiring and things of that nature. And so it's primarily administrative services. And I heard what you said earlier, Mayor, that you think 18,000 square feet is enough. We commissioned a study, and they said that with a department our size, we need roughly 55,000 square feet.
Right.
18,000 square feet of that was just for the administrative services part of the police department.
Right.
And so what we're doing, we're taking that part of the police department and moving them, getting them out of that Butler Road precinct because they're all sitting on top of each other. They have GCIC boxes stacked up, and they're all cramped in 1,200 square feet of space. Now, I understand everyone's concern about us moving outside the city, and everybody here knows what we've gone through over the past 2 to 3 years to try to get space inside the city, and I completely agree with you, Mayor. I've had people say, well, why didn't you just move into warehouse space? Well, we tried that. Yeah. We brought a proposal, and the build-out for warehouse space came to what? Roughly $5.5 million.
And we said no.
And we said no, because that $5.5 million was going into a building. It was only worth $2 million. And that wasn't a good use of taxpayer dollars. Right. And so essentially what we wound up doing, and to be perfectly honest with you, there was only one warehouse that was willing to allow us to do that along Fulton Industrial. And I'll tell you why. Because it's difficult to rent office space along a warehouse corridor. And so once we leave that building, they would have had to go in and spend nearly $500,000 demolishing everything that we built in there in the first place. And they would not allow us to keep the air conditioning units, which would have cost $500,000 to air condition the space for our employees. And so listen, I understand everybody's riding around, everybody sees the buildings. You ride down Old National, you see all of these vacant buildings. The medical building that was up there, we tried that. It's been in bankruptcy court for a couple of years, and we all looked at that as a possibility. It fell through. We looked at some of the space in the shopping and the strip malls down there. They wanted $17,000 a month for 6,000 square feet. Right now, we're getting 18,000 square feet for $21,000 a month. And they said, well, you're getting prime retail space. I said, we're not selling anything. We need office space. And so essentially, here we are, 3 years later. We're still without the space that we need. And so it's important for us to be able, because we're in an emergency circumstance. And actually, I asked that we allow the city manager to sign an emergency lease back in July, because we've been without a space for almost 4 months now. And we can't continue to ask these men and women to operate under those circumstances. And we asked T. Dallas Smith, who's we have a contract with for the city, the realtor. If they can't find it, I'm not a professional realtor. If they can't find the space that we need, 18,000 square feet, that's a problem. Because it's my job to get these men and women the resources they need to be successful every day. Now, I've heard people come up and question, you know, their confidence in me, which is fine. I've been doing this for 36 years. I'm used to it, right? I'm always going to make decisions that people don't like, and that's fine. But when you're in a leadership position and these people look to you to get the resources that they need, I don't have the luxury of worrying about everybody's lack of confidence or confidence in my abilities. At the end of the day, they need the space, we need the space, and we appreciate you all's consideration.
Thank you. I still have the floor. Ms. Salah-Jones, do you recommend that we approve this lease for our administrative officers, not our beat officers, but our administrative officers, to have a space to work until it's a 2 to 3 year process for us to build the location on Old National, correct?
At least.
At least.
Yes.
And in the meantime, there are 2 buildings at the location. There's the music store and there's a State Farm. And so from my understanding, the precinct for the Old National, for the beat officers will open in the State Farm building, correct?
Yes.
So there will be beat officers operating out of the State Farm building. There will be beat officers operating out of the Cedar Grove location. There will be beat officers operating out of the Cascade location. And there will be beat officers operating out of the Butner Road location. And then I am working with Chief Meadows and our economic development director, because to open up a precinct in District 3 in the Wayfield Plaza. There will be beat officers working out of District 3 in the Wayfield Plaza. So all of our interfacing staff will be in our city, not out our city. Right now, the problem that we have is that we have administrative staff working in our beat officer locations, which is pushing our beat officers in working conditions where they are working out of their cars. It would be irresponsible of us to allow these working conditions to continue when we are enjoying the benefit of the work that they're doing to continue to make sure that we have an overall decrease in crime over the past 3 years. In the grand scheme of things, City of South Fulton crime is not bad, but Metro Atlanta areas, we hear, constant violent crime incidents on the news. And so I do want to give our beat officers, who are constantly working 24/7 to make sure that we are safe, a habitable working condition. I do not like the fact that we have any of our offices out of the City of South Fulton, but we don't have any accommodations within our city to include. I found a warehouse Friday and sent it to Chief Meadows, and the staff is exploring other operations going into that, but that's just a plain warehouse. So to build it out for what the City of South Fulton need will cost millions of dollars, when this location they're moving into by Hartsfield, it has offices, it has furniture, it is ready to go. We don't have to build anything out. Just put IT infrastructure, a few cubicles, and a few doors. So I would think that we will want our police officers to work in habitable working conditions, and the beat officers who we interface day to day, who will still be in our city, not outside our city, we will make sure that they have the proper working conditions, and then let the administrative staff go where they need to go. We can't punish our whole department for the misdeeds of one police officer who's no longer working in this city and who can never work in law enforcement again. Thank you.
Councilwoman, I think it's also important to note that this space is actually renting for $25 per square foot. The company that currently has the lease, they're actually eating $10 per square foot, and they're only charging us $15 per square foot. So the market rate for that particular location, it far exceeds, the value that it costs. And I just want to put this into further context for you. We were in 8,000 square feet, and they said that we need roughly 55,000 square feet to operate every day. The 8,000 square feet is what the old National Precinct was. We had 1,200 square feet at Butner Road, and then we had 900 square feet at Cedar Grove, and then we have 900 square feet at Cascade. And so when you add all of that up, that doesn't even come to 8. It comes closer to 14,000 square feet. We need at least to house our administrative services 18,000 square feet. And so that's even beyond us getting to patrol. And so at the end of the day, I think that it's important for us to realize that for the past 4 years, we've made do. We've made do with the circumstances that we were in. That building was infested with mold. We didn't commission a study. We went to Public Works. Public Works have people that they deal with that do these sort of studies all the time. They brought them in, and they recommended, after I shut it down, that building not be inhabited. And so when we reached out to the owners did not want to do the repairs to the extent that we were comfortable with to put our employees back in there. And that's the reason that they're in the process of trying to sell the property right now. And so as we move forward, if we had not done our due diligence and gone to all of these different places and looked at these different buildings and so forth, I would say that we were being unreasonable. But I know what we've gone through over the past 3 years, and I know how we got here.
I'm sorry, we'll hear from the audience, intermission. Dr. Rao.
The previous question.
I'm going to have a point of order about the decorum ordinance that you wrote, Dr. Rao, and that this council passed unanimously. It says that every member of council will get to engage in debate, and our council rules say that people can speak twice before we vote. Councilman Sebastian.
I don't think I've had a chance to even.
No, you haven't. Go ahead, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you. All right, we're breaking down all rules. What do y'all want?
No, I as a person running this meeting, I recognized the point of order that I made, that calling for the previous question violates the decorum ordinance that this council passed unanimously, which says that everyone shall have a chance to debate a topic. That's what the decorum ordinance states, and the decorum ordinance further states that any rules written previously that are contradictory to that shall be overwritten by the passing of that ordinance. Do we need to pull the decorum ordinance up? Yes, or could we just let Councilman Sebastian, who hasn't spoken, speak? No, let's pull the decorum ordinance up. Let's pull it up. Would you go ahead and pull that up, because this is probably going to happen throughout the meeting. So
I'm fine with him speaking. I'll rescind. Yeah, I'll rescind. I'll defer to my colleague on council. I want you to have the opportunity to speak.
She said she rescinded her.
I rescinded so you can speak.
Thank you, Councilman Royal.
Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam City Manager, again requesting permission to ask the chief a few questions.
Yes, that's fine.
All right, so I sent some questions to staff today and chief, and I got these answers back because I think we heard a lot about the money that we spent, $21,000, and it sounds like a lot. Is it a lot of money? But I really want us to focus in on what we're netting out for what we're getting, right? And the numbers that I got from you today clearly showed that we're getting an extra 10,000 square feet because we're giving up the old National Precinct.
Right.
And we're paying only $6,000 more.
Additional. Right.
Additional. So it's not new money, right? The new money is just $6,000 in additional for more space than we have ever had.
Right.
Let me remind everyone in this room, when we started this city, City Hall was outside the city.
Right.
The very first program we had, which I helped to organize, was, you guys swearing in. Where was it held? In Union City. Our courts have always been a nomad court, right? So there is nobody again on this council who don't want you guys to be here within the limits of our city.
Right.
But the reality is we do not have the space right now to do it. Let me just say this last thing, and I mentioned this to you yesterday, Chief, when I went to look at the space. When I went to Old National while I was running, when they were stealing my signs, I went to file a police report. And I was really embarrassed as to the condition, not only of that precinct inside, but there were cars all over that parking lot. It just seemed like a place that was very, very unsafe. Where's your office, Chief?
It's on. My office is on Cascade.
in a police precinct?
It's in a police precinct. Actually, I share an office with the deputy chief and 2 of my majors.
Okay. So, because I saw that article, and for a city that have cut crime for the last 3 years, when other people have saw an explosion in crime in Metro Atlanta, I'm a little bit on the embarrassed side that we're treating our police department this way, because again, we are doing our due diligence. It's not that we're not, and we all want you guys to be here. So, again, I thank you for your service.
Thank you.
All right? Thank you.
All right, I have follow-up questions. I do understand the study recommendations. Studies are also always going to recommend the highest and best. Madam City Manager, how many square feet is City Hall?
Good question. I don't know right now, Mayor.
All right, I believe it's 30,000 square feet. If anybody can, you know, if Mr. Valenzuela or anybody in City Hall can validate that, but
I think that's a number that I've heard.
It's enough. So no one has enough space. No one has enough space. I do think, though, that having beat officers operating out of our locations in Butner, Cascade, Old National, Cedar Grove, and hopefully soon Welcome Mall, I think that's great. There was a time when people would go to those places and say that nobody was there. They would look in the window and no one was there. So being able to activate those spaces is great. I do understand the concerns about mold. I announced in a town hall last night that I am moving from Camelot because mold had been found in my building. There's black mold in many of the buildings in Camelot, so I do hope that we will show the same concern for the families and children of Camelot that we are showing for our police officers, but that is for another meeting. This for me was never about the price, right? And not even about it being inside or outside of the city. It wasn't about the price, it was about the process. And that we took a vote and we were getting ready to sign a lease without letting our public comment. And I just don't think that that's how we should do business. But I do have another concern. I found the Smyrna report quite troubling, that I had asked for repeatedly before I did a press conference to say that I hadn't gotten it. And then when it came out, I'm just going to read one line. There is a detective that said the moment that you challenge the person who's been fired and tell her how something is supposed to be done, all hell breaks loose. Your supervisor's phone will immediately start ringing and the chief is on the line cussing out your supervisor. There are statements like that from several officers. My understanding is that they were done under polygraph. And the only person who failed they all passed the polygraph except for the person who got fired. So I don't think that this is just one person. According to this report, these things were reported up the chain of command. My concern, my question and my concern is for you, Madam City Manager. Will you, as the supervisor of this chief, have an office in this building at 100 Hartsfield that you can come to unannounced and supervise this chief and this police department because they report to you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mayor, I doubt that you'll find any one supervisor in the city of South Fulton Police Department that say that I ever cursed them. You're not going to find one.
I hear you. I'm just reading from a report. And with that, I will call for the vote. Dr. Rowell, you have something?
Yeah, just a point of privilege. Well, a question for Chief, because I heard somebody say no action was done, as if they didn't know that the person had been released back months ago,
Right.
even though the story came out 3 and 4 months later. Can you speak to the action that you took to deal with this situation?
So initially, when we found out, after we did receive the Smyrna report, I immediately put the employee on administrative leave pending termination, because my recommendation to the city manager and to HR was that the employee be terminated. After we had the opportunity to review it with the Office of Professional Standards, Lieutenant Jubal Rogers, who's here today, we decided to reach out to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Now, it's being reported that the GBI just came in and started investigating. I reached out to Director Mike Register and asked him to have his people come in and do a forensic audit of our transactions within the police department. And he happily agreed. He sent his investigators out there, and they've been coming by and they've been questioning our people, and they've been going through all of our transactions. And I'm comfortable with the direction of the investigation, and I have no doubt that at the end of it, if there's a proper charging decision that has to be made with any employee, we'll get with the district attorney's office and make sure those charges are appropriate.
Thank you for that, because I don't want anybody in this room to think that we wouldn't act and know something that inappropriate was going on in the city. I think this council has consistently showed that. Thank you.
Councilwoman Willis.
I did pull up the decorum ordinance and I did send it to the city attorney. I just want to make a point that it said nothing about no one not being able to call point of previous question until everyone speaks. So I just want to put that on the record so it comes up. If it comes up again, we can govern ourselves accordingly. Plus, I've also looked up calling a previous question in Robert Rules of Order, and what it does say is that only the person, when it's time to speak, only that person can call and it stops debate. And the previous question is in effect if over majority of this council rules for it. So I just want to make sure that we are clear on Robert Rules of Order. I also want to clear up that it was put out that this council did not want the Smyrna report to get out. The public got the Smyrna report before we did. We didn't even know the Smyrna report was complete. And what was interesting is that the public got the unredacted report. There were officer names that were put out in this report that should not have been put out because they're in special operations. And their names should not have been released in that manner. It should have been redacted. So whoever leaked this report leaked it improperly, and then the city manager or the police chief and the city attorney wasn't given the opportunity to report to this council that the report was complete or the findings of this report. Am I correct, Ms. Sally Jones, Chief Meadows, and Attorney Hyman?
During the report and investigation, I was made privy to certain information. That's why council got the redacted report, because of the sensitive nature of certain aspects of investigation, also the potential for pending or future activity. So I can't speak to how the other information got leaked, but I generally try to provide what I can legally and try to protect council and city from not having information that they otherwise wouldn't be privy to at the time.
As a matter of fact, I still have not officially been sent a unredacted report. I only have the redacted report, which came from our city attorney. Ms. Sally Jones, did or did not this report get leaked to the public before you had an opportunity to speak to this council about it?
Yes, and from my understanding, individuals made requests to the city of Smyrna, which, from my understanding, follow the sunshine laws that allows them to release a investigation findings 10 days after completion of the investigation.
Did this council in any way tell you not to release this information to the to the public?
No, nobody has told me not.
As a matter of fact, the city attorney advised this council once the investigation was complete, 10 days after the investigation was complete, that it would go to the public. And so, but the information got to the public before the 10 days, and we had no knowledge. let me also explain that this person was a lieutenant. It wasn't a department head. It wasn't so department heads report to the city manager. And then typically when things happen with the department head, the city manager informs the city council of things that happen with department heads. This person reported up to Chief Meadows. So whatever personnel actions that happened was between Chief Meadows and the city manager. But when things were leaking out, we as city council have every right to go and ask the police chief about it. But we have to, per the charter, let the city manager know that we had that conversation. So I would say that it was thoroughly explained. 2 investigations were done. One on the officer. The officer was disciplined. The officer no longer works for the city. The officer can no longer work in law enforcement. If you go to Georgia Post certification, you will see that that officer's post is suspended. And then there was another investigation done on allegations of mistreatment of employees, and that was unfounded. So we just want the misinformation to stop. The biased information that's being put out as an attack of our police department to stop. Thank you.
Just, if I might add one more thing, Councilwoman, and just for the public, the only reason there's a redacted version of it, and I think you said special operations, these are people that work in an undercover capacity. And so it compromises their ability to go out and operate in that same capacity when their names and things of that nature is released.
Councilwoman Gomes.
I'd like to make a motion to overturn the mayor's veto for, what is this, consideration for the lease agreement for the 100 Hartsfield Center.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
It's a roll call vote. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis? Yes. Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
That item is approved unanimously.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 11, contracts and expenditures. Council discussion on P-card investigations, forensic audit, and internal auditors. Mayor.
Thank you. I placed this item on the agenda because I had a meeting with the city manager who told me that it was the decision of council to withhold my P-card.
No.
That was the conversation that you and I had.
Mayor, I said that the decision to hold your P card was supported by a consensus of the council. I never said the council voted.
Okay, so a consensus of the council. And that was why my P card was withheld. There were questions about receipts, and there were questions about a tuxedo purchase. I am going to speak to those now on the record. By the time my P card was referred to the district attorney's office, I had 5 months of receipts that I had not turned in. I had them on my desk. They had not gone through Edmunds and all of the financial software that that needed to have been gone through. Part of the reason for that was that in those 5 months I had 4 temps. The reason for that was because no plans had been made for me to be mayor of this city. I wasn't allowed to enter the office until midnight on January 1st. And then we were scrambling to find people. Our HR director told me that it would take 6 weeks to interview and hire a permanent person. So I began using temps. They did not, some of them did not stay, some of them did not work out. We had some receipts entered and some were not entered. However, by the end of the fiscal year, September 30th, all of the receipts had been entered. All of the receipts over $25 have been entered, as has been our policy for years. And the $600 for 2 tuxedos that were for a TikTok video where I hired 2 young people to dance with me in this TikTok video. That money was repaid, even though it was over a protest. I did not want to repay the money. I thought that the young people should be paid for the work that they did. I also think that it was a wise investment. Some people may disagree. I spent about $1,000 on a video that over 5,000 people saw versus the city that spent $120,000 on an event that maybe 200 people showed up to. But I paid back the money because I was told my P card would not be released until I paid back the money, even though I did not actually purchase the tuxedos. I called someone in our finance department because I was actually over my daily limit for the car for that day. So someone else, someone under the direction of finance who is under the direction of the city manager made those purchases. They made whatever corrective actions they deemed for that person, and I still paid the money back. I still do not have a P card. We've also had conversation with the district attorney's office, who has noted that the investigation of P cards has expanded to the entire city across multiple departments. So my only request is, if we're going to take my P card, we need to take all of them. Because until the district attorney has concluded their investigation of all of the city's P cards, we can either have them on or we can turn them all off. But I do feel like that this is, I do feel like this is targeted, which was my concern about having an internal auditor that reports to city council. Where do they do that? It was my intention to veto that item, but it was never presented to me to veto, so it passed into law. But these are my concerns. We have directed only 2 people in the city to have their P cards investigated, even though the district attorney has decided to investigate all of them. In the opening weeks of my administration, at the behest of citizens, I called for a forensic audit of all of the city's finances. That was nowhere in my platform. My platform was build better, invest more, and do stuff for young people. But people asked for that. In that time, in addition to this $270,000 that we spent on events, we found out that over $500,000 was missing from the pedestrian safety fund, and that at this point, only 1 set of speed bumps has been installed from $1 million, a fund that's supposed to be $1 million fund that was set up as a reserve fund, but the processes and procedures for that were not followed. So my concern again is that these are politically motivated investigations, and that if we're going to investigate one, we should investigate all. And if we're going to cut off one card, we should cut off all the cards. With that, I yield. Councilwoman Williams.
Please let me.
I move to waive executive session confidentiality and attorney-client privilege for the purposes of having this conversation, and to read into the record the memo the attorney sent the city council.
Second it.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
It's a roll call vote. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs? Yes. Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
That motion was approved unanimously.
Councilwoman Williams.
Oh no, I'm pulling up the memo unless somebody else would like to read it.
Mayor, can you please call order in here, because the quorum, I just sent you the policy.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Williams.
Are you going to call order?
I am going to ask that I know that this is heated. I'm going to ask people to just refrain from their comments. You will have time to express your support or dissatisfaction at a later date.
Thank you. On October 20th, the mayor and city council received a memo from our attorney, city attorney, Vincent Hyman, regarding the subject email communications regarding mayor's P card. The memo reads as follows. I'm not going to talk over everybody. It has come to my attention, and I've been requested to provide legal clarification regarding an email that is circulating in which I was not copied on, that asserts the mayor intends to veto the council's directive to withhold the mayor's new P card. This statement or assertion regarding council's directive to withhold the mayor's new P card would be procedurally and factually inaccurate. If you recall, on May 14th, 2022, council had agreed to allow the mayor additional time to provide all the necessary receipts that he had yet to be provided to the finance department to support and or justify previous transactions that had been made on the mayor's pre-card. Mayor, you had agreed to provide the missing receipts and or documentation on or before a specified date. The specified date and time had passed, and City Council on June 14th, 2022 entered into executive session, then reconvened and publicly voted and announced that they would be referring the mayor's P-card transactions to the District Attorney's Office for further investigation. On October 11th, 2022, an appropriate motion was made and carried to enter into executive session for the purposes of real estate, personnel, and litigation. However, you were not present for this executive session meeting. Notwithstanding, council requested an update on the pending investigations/litigation surrounding the alleged inappropriate P-card usage that had been referred to the DA's office, which would include your P-card. This inquiry and discussion is well within the parameters of the Open Meetings Act. Moreover, according to Section 3.10A 1 and 2 of the Charter, the city manager is considered the full-time chief executive officer and is responsible for carrying out the policy decisions made by City Council. The city has an existing policy regarding P-card usage and the submission of receipts and or other supporting documentations. Since this matter involves alleged P-card misuse and is still under active and or pending investigation from the city's internal auditors, as well as the district attorney's office, the city manager's decision to hold the reissuance of your new P-card until the investigations are complete is within the city manager's purview and authority. Therefore, no affirmative action was needed or taken for which a public vote will be required at this time in accordance with the Open Meetings Act.
Do you yield? Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam City Manager, I have just a couple of questions for you. How did the council direct you to take away the mayor's, and I'm not talking about withholding the new one, I'm talking about the original thing. Mm-hmm. Did this council direct you to stop the mayor's P-card, turn it off, or did you inform us that you had taken that action?
Yes, I made the decision, and I'm pretty sure I probably shared with you guys that I had taken that action.
Okay. And that was because?
There were several outstanding receipts that we were still waiting for the mayor to submit.
And does staff and finance regularly talk to all council members about their need to turn in receipts or any purchases like for instance, my gas for the renter car, which is unusual, but I got a call about it. I had to explain it, right?
Yes.
But does staff regularly do that, right, to keep
Yes.
us in line?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And can you confirm that the second time around, because we just heard it, second time around in which the new P card was ordered, that I was the one that asked you the clarifying questions? Was the P card ordered with the intent of giving it to the mayor? And your response was, they were all turned off, and I came back and I said, mine wasn't. And what you confirmed was that because of the length of time the mayor had his P card from his first as a council member, his card had actually expired. So you had to order a new card for him anyway for whenever the time comes that he would receive it, correct?
Yes.
And that you made the decision that that card was ordered but held until whenever this investigation was
Yes.
going to be finished, right?
Yes.
So the only thing that we said, we agreed with you
That's correct.
for change.
Yes,
Right?
that's correct.
Okay, so,
Put that on the record, Mr. Clerk.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but so all the thing about going about council taking decision to, somehow some political motive of this council getting back with the mayor with the P card and all that sort of stuff, right? It's not quite the true picture.
Yeah.
Because I never asked for the mayor's P card. First of all, I just got here, right? So I never asked for anybody's P card to be held. And by the way, I'll gladly give mine up, okay? As long as I can get my stuff done with my staff, I don't care. I'll give mine up if that's what it means. So the bottom line is, we need to communicate out. And my last question, did you or did you not have to relieve a member of staff or fire a member of staff because they also violated the policy by using their P card on the mayor's behalf when they should not have?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Willis.
One of the reasons we kept pulling the P card discussion off of the agenda because we did not want this to appear to be politically motivated. And we had asked Ms. Sally Jones to reach out to the DA office to see when this investigation was going to be wrapped up. I personally requested to see the receipts of the mayor when I was told there was over 100 receipts that were missing and submitted because all of us wanted to expeditiously wrap this process out. We didn't stand on the steps of any apartment complex and talk about this investigation because we wanted to make sure that this played out. But we're here now. And so, as you heard from my colleague, Ms. Sally Jones, did you know that employee that was separated from the city reported up to who?
That person reported up to the finance director.
Ms. Sadler Jones, do you mind if I ask the finance director to because I have a couple of questions for the finance director.
Okay. Yeah, Ms. Karen Slayton Dixon.
Yes.
Thank you for all that you do, Ms. Slayton Dixon. When I have questions or I'm a little, do I always email you or call you when I feel I should, if I have questions on what I should or should not spend money on as it relates to my budget?
Yes, you do.
The P card is not a slush fund. The P card is the tool for us to expend our budget. Am I correct or not?
That's correct.
We have policies and procedures in place to protect all of us. One of the policies that we have in place, am I correct, is the policy that we all have to sign, which is an agreement to say that we have to submit receipts and abide by the P card and procurement policies of the finance department. Am I correct?
That is correct.
If we violate that policy, then the finance department reserves right to revoke our P card privileges. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Okay. There is an investigation going on in the DA's office, not only on the mayor's P card, because of expenditures that were used in personal nature, but because there was also a procurement violation. Am I correct?
That is correct. And that was because the receipts had not been turned in, and there was an inappropriate charge on the card.
Okay. There was also an inappropriate payout in a form of a requisition that involved a police employee. Am I or am I not correct?
That is correct.
And the violation, do you mind if I bring Chief Meadows up?
You can bring him up.
The contract, may I please have order, Mayor?
You got it.
Okay. According to your policies, SOPs that we approved, I asked, was it appropriate for that employee to enter into a contract with the city on behalf of the mayor? And I asked what policies were violated, and you gave me about 8 policies. Do you know how much was expended to that, approximately how much was expended by way of requisition to that employee?
It was a little over 7,000.
And can you explain what policies, to your knowledge, I have them. It was section 1.17, section 1.13, section 1.7, business transactions with a city of South Fulton was violated. Section 1.13, recommendation of commercial products. Section 1.15, holding an investment in conflict with the city. 1.18, misuse of position of South Fulton Police Department as an employee. 1.16, familiarization with state laws, city ordinances, and South Fulton Police Department rule, and loyalty. And also, we have in our ordinance, Ordinance 2.1837, that says all city employees, officials, or agents shall comply with the city charter when participating with solicitation for procurement contract. We also have a policy, conflict of interest, that says no employee must enter into a contract with the city or do business with the city while they are acting as elected officials or city employees.
Right.
Now, Chief Meadows, what violation did the city employee commit by entering into a contract with the city on behalf of the mayor?
Basically, all of the subsections that you just mentioned, and it's also against the city charter for any employee to do business with the city of South Fulton in an off-duty capacity. And so, even above and beyond that, everything that they do has to be, all off-duty employment has to be approved by the city of South Fulton Police Department, and in this case, it was not. And so we found out about the contract, and I really can't go into depth about it because we have an open investigation with regards to that. And so, but at the end of the day, those are the general facts.
Ms. Slayton, my question to you is, the employee that was separated for the city because that employee was directed to use their P card to purchase tuxedos for a TikTok video, that employee reported up to you, correct?
That is correct.
And did you have any knowledge that your employee was acting in that capacity?
No, I didn't find out until after the purchase was made and the purchase analyst brought it to my attention.
And so there was direction given to an employee to go out to the store to purchase tuxedos that reported up to you.
That's correct.
And you report to who?
The city manager.
Ms. Sally Jones, did you know anything about this?
I did not.
Did you know anything about the police employee entering into a contract with the city on behalf of the mayor to provide video services?
I did not.
So, in the DA's office, Ms. Sally Jones, not only is the DA investigating the P cards of not only the mayor, but a former council member who used their P card to pay their fraternity dues. Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity dues. And this is all public information, am I correct? And the district attorney is also investigating the procurement violation of the employee that was paid $7,700. I mean, $7,700 for the contract.
Yay.
Yes, the procurement violation.
That one is going to be undergoing the forensic audit. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did this council in any way have any knowledge of this happening? It was brought to this council in the executive session, right?
That's correct.
I yield.
Thank you. I have a few follow-up questions. You can't get in the queue. Go ahead, Councilman Reeves.
Okay, I just wanted to know, for the edification of the public and a collaborative effort, because I always say collaboration wins championships and individuals win trophies, and we need a championship. At the retreat, we had a retreat. We had a conversation and afforded the opportunity. We shouldn't even be here. This should not even be a topic of discussion. And so, did we have a discussion on some corrective action to allow for time to get everything in order?
Absolutely.
So as a team building. So from the time that we had that, how much time elapsed before finance them took action on the non-reporting?
Was it June, maybe? April, May, June, 3 months?
Was that a fair amount of time, a reasonable amount of time to make the corrective actions?
Most of the corrective actions actually were made.
They were made. Mm-hmm.
They were made by that time. Then some of the receipts were kicked back and said that that they were not legible or they were not sufficient. So we then went out and hunted down more receipts.
So we're here now. This is what all leads to here now. And some things that I don't think should be aired because it just spells corruption. It builds the distrust. And there's, from constituents to us on the dais, and we all know that everybody think politicians take the bag. And so, and unfortunately we are here. But whatever this yields out, it will yield. But once it yields it, I ask that we, again, collaborate and come to some corrective action and deal with this in-house and get our affairs in order. Because if the people see that we can't do it, how can they trust us with spending their money on anything if we can't do it? So that's what we need to do. And that's all I have to say. Yield.
Thank you, Councilman Reeves. I would ask for Ms. Slayton Dixon to approach the podium again. I have questions for her.
Mayor, before we do that, is it possible to have the intermission?
Could we get through this item and then we have intermission? We're in the middle of a discussion.
What I know, but okay.
Thank you. And as soon as that, we'll head towards intermission. Miss Slayton Dixon, I want to go over some things.
Okay.
Do you have a record of my office paying a city employee, $7,000?
It was actually a vendor. WHL, I believe, is the name of the vendor. And I didn't know about it until that was brought to my attention as well, around about June.
All right, thank you. I'm going to ask Mr. Gary Leftwich to come forward. He is our communications director. WLH is the broadcast entity of a church. Is Mr. Leftwich here?
I believe he left, Mayor.
Oh, okay. Has anyone, you may not know because you haven't been here for as long. I think maybe you all have, I don't know, so many people have come in and out. Has the city done business with WLH Productions before?
The first time that I see in the system was around about July of last year.
And who requisitioned that?
I don't recall right offhand, but I know that we've made like 3 payments to that vendor.
Okay, well, I will help you, and Mr. Lethbridge can confirm. It was the previous mayor. The previous mayor, we've been using WLH Production, so there was no direct payment to a city employee. The P cards of the entire city for 20 and 21 are now available online at khalidcares.com. And so you can look at all of them because they are all public record. This question is rhetorical because I hear that we didn't want this to be a politically motivated attack. If that was the case, why did the city council issue a press release? Not once, but twice. Every time they referred someone to the district attorney, they issued a press release. They told the media, we think criminal things are going on. They haven't been proven, but words like criminal and district attorney and investigation were issued in press releases. I wish that Mr. Lethbridge were here because I'm sure that he would tell you that he did not write those on his own accord, but was directed by council. I want to clear something up. I never directed a member of city staff to do anything. I made a request of the procurement manager who approved the request. And then lastly, this meeting about my P card was on October 20th. Ms. Slayton-Dixon, as of September 30th, had all receipts over $25 been submitted to you, and had all monies that you requested to be repaid been repaid?
The expenditures for the tuxedo as of September 30th had been repaid through payroll deduction, but we are still missing, as I notified your LS, that we still have 4 receipts that are outstanding. One over $50, which is about $130. So we actually have 4 that are outstanding that could not be located. And
when did you make that notification?
I believe we notified him last week of those expenditures.
Because of September, did we have a meeting, myself,
yes,
you, myself, and the city manager before September 30th, and I said all the receipts are in, and at that moment,
right,
you said all the receipts were in.
Right, according to what I knew. But then the
Right.
financial analyst came back, and the purchasing analyst, excuse me, came back and said that we still had about 4 outstanding.
So one of the reasons, Councilman Reeves, these receipts are so late coming in because multiple times in this process we've been told we got everything we need. Oh, wait, we need another receipt. So that's how we are here. I would just like to confirm this, Madam City Manager. I would ask that you confirm with the district attorney that more P cards than these 2 are being investigated. Should you make that confirmation, is it your will it be your goal to have all P cards shut off that are being investigated?
If there is confirmation from the DA that the investigation has expanded, I would consult with them, and based upon my interaction and conversations with them, it would be my professional opinion that we halt use of the other P cards until the investigation is completed. Yes.
Thank you. I have made multiple requests for that confirmation. I did receive a verbal confirmation, but District Attorney's Office, the ball is in your court. If you would just confirm how many P cards you are investigated so that the city manager can cut them off accordingly. Councilwoman Willis.
Okay, so
Councilwoman Rowell, you'll be after Councilman Sebastian.
Ms. Haller-Jones, who did that employee that went out and purchased the TikTok tuxedo videos, who did that employee report to? Again.
That was the purchasing manager who reports to the finance director.
Okay. So what I do have is, I have a keen eye for this because I am an accountant by trade. WLH Live Productions was not set up by the previous mayor. It was set up in May 2021. we have the email of the vendor application that came from your office to set this person up as a vendor. I also have the requisitions in my hand. The first requisition was for the amount of, it was done on May 18th, 2021. It was in the amount of $4,650. It was entered in by your previous LS. It was approved by you, Mayor, on May 18th, and then it went up through the approval process. The second requisition was entered in by your LS, and then it skipped approval, and it was the former employee who no longer works for the city. I'm sorry, the second requisition was entered in by your LS, Mayor, and you approved it as the first approval. On May 25th, it was for $800. And then the third requisition was submitted by your LS. I won't call that person's name because I don't think it's appropriate right now, but it skipped the first approval process and went straight to the procurement person who no longer works here, and that was for $2,300, and that totaled up to $7,700. We didn't look for this information. This information was presented to this entire council, and we asked the city manager to do her job and act accordingly. Now, one thing I do know about Madam DA is that she does not give verbal anything. And so if anybody, I know nobody on this council is being investigated for P-card or procurement violations, because I confirmed with the finance director if it was any other council member who had violated policies. I know for one, since I've been sitting on this seat, even when I didn't have staff, I know that the onus is on me to make sure that I comply with procurement and P-card policies. So if I use my P-card to expend anything at my budget, I make sure that receipts are submitted timely and accurately. I make sure I follow P-card policy. According to the finance director, she has had a pretty good experience with this current council, the 6 of us. And any questions that she has asked of us, we have answered and complied immediately. So I'm going to yield. Again, this is not politically motivated. We asked time and time again to pull this discussion off of the agenda because we wanted the investigation to play out. We did not want to falsely accuse you, even though the information was brought to us. But you insisted on us having this discussion. One employee has been separated because of being implicated with your direction to use the P-card improperly, and another employee may be disciplined because they entered into a contract with this city and did business with you on your behalf of video productions. And I think that's sad when you constantly accuse this council of corruption. Thank you.
Councilman Sebastian? I'm sorry. I did say, Dr. Rao, go ahead.
No, you said she would go after me. But
Would you let the lady go first?
I'll yield to
Thank
the
you.
lady. I'm good.
I'm going to pray for the sake of our city that this stops. It's unacceptable. I sat here 5 years. Every meeting is the same people who attack this council with misinformation. Anybody can see it. It's unfortunate, and it's not the facts. Not only that, Mayor, how many times have you been in executive session since you've been elected?
I don't know. I would say that under the advisement of my attorneys, you all know that there is an active lawsuit, and under the advisement of my attorneys, I I do not attend executive sessions, or I leave executive sessions when I believe that we are violating the Georgia Open Meetings Act.
But you can't speak to that because you're not there, and that's when the most important business of the city is being done. And for you to weaponize your supporters, and I'm gonna call it that, it's unfortunate. At the end of the day, what will be the legacy that we stay divided for 4 years? This is not okay. This is not okay. And to speak and suggest that this council has done, in fact, we told the city manager, check all of our cars. We didn't just pick you. And you admitted yourself, out of a retreat, we said, Mayor, take your time to get your stuff together. Months and months pass, and then you turn around and attack us like we're not the team players? That's not okay. It has to stop. Our citizens don't deserve this. We don't deserve it. We've sat here and taken these, I'm gonna call it abuse, from citizens who believe this misinformation. Never would I use the public's money in a way to sit up and hear a citizen say that. That's just unacceptable. I would never do that. I have a master's degree in city management. I would never do that. So again, for it to continue, I don't know, for those who support, don't support blindly. Check the research. You can watch every one of these meetings. If it don't add up, it's not right. It's just unacceptable. I just hope we can move forward, and I hope today it stops. I really do. The narrative, but at what point? I know, I mean, if we talk about it, you said it, less than 15% of the population is voting. What about the other 85? They don't want to be represented in this way. They don't want to be on the news every week for something negative. They want us to do economic development and bring quality growth. How is any of this going to help that? It's not okay. I didn't sign up for this.
Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Councilman Royal. I was just going to mention that I had a meeting with a potential investor today. I had another meeting last week with a county official, and I was told, you know, you guys have so much potential, but when people look in on you, they don't like what they're seeing. And I am personally embarrassed. I traveled all over the world, even during the cityhood movement. When I was conducting my election, I had people from all over the world checking in on what was happening here, right? So I can say the eye of the world is on this city, right? We, as the mayor said, if we're the blackest city in America, then so be it. Let's take that and make it proud, and not what we're doing right now. Mr. Mayor, many of my constituents who voted for you voted for me. And some have checked in, and they're not liking what they see. It's the reasons why I would say to someone who said, man, no matter if you have lunch with the mayor every now and then, whatever, it's not going to change. I said, no, it's my duty. If the mayor calls and wants to meet, I want to meet. I was heartbroken when, because of this same P-card issue, I had an investor to discuss a major development in the city. And the answer from you was, I'm not going to meet with you because you guys turned my P-card over to the DA. See, y'all want real truth. This is real truth right here, right? I still didn't make that a thing where I'm saying, oh, the mayor is my enemy. You are my mayor. I want to support you when you're good for this city, and I want you to support me as I do what I can for this city and for District 4 particularly. I could say too, Madam City Manager, let me ask you this question. And I hate to put you on the spot, but the facts are just what they are. There were 3 new elected officials this term. Would you say any one of us had an easy transition coming into the government? Because we had problems, all of us hiring staff.
Yes, no, it probably was not.
We all
an
had
easy
problems getting furniture, right? We all, for whatever the reasons are. So, you know, when I hear the mayor said, well, I'm the mayor, nobody expected me to win, and so I'm here, and I could say the same thing, right? I got the furniture for my office, I believe less than 2 months ago. It's just, you know, on the last day, Ms. Slayton-Dixon can tell you, on the last day of the financial year, she had to put in some yeoman's work just to help me straighten out the budget, because I even ended up, for some reason, with 2 profiles in our system. And there was this bunch of, we just weren't able to figure it out for a long time. I'm not blaming anybody. We are all humans, and errors happen. I get it. But I'm not going to come back and say, well, they're fighting against me because they didn't expect me to be here, and some former mayor or former council member who's using staff against me. Listen, if that is the case, Jehovah Almighty knows what it is. But I don't want to sit here and come up and do these conspiracies. I want to get to the point where all we do, I said this on the day we got sworn in, and someone laughed at me. I said, we need to be a boring city. Stay out of the media and let our work and our production speak for us. And I've endeavored to do that in the mighty District 4, and I'm hoping that the people of District 4 who have seen the first 10 months of my administration can say that you have represented us well. I just got an email from someone who's watching saying exactly that. So again, I don't want to come here and talk about all these conspiracy stuff. Let us settle down and just do good work. Let our work speak for us. We have so much opportunities here. My gosh. You know? And I don't want to hear my residents say anymore, I tell people I live in Fairburn because I'm embarrassed of the city of South Fulton. I hear that. And you know what? When we were out there in these streets, creating this city, one thing, the name South Fulton at one point became a rallying cry and something that we were proud of when we were doing that vote. 60% of us. Let's get back there. I'm finished.
Thank you, Councilman Sebastian. I am compelled to clear up some misstatements, and I want to start with the first. I did not tell you that I wouldn't meet with you because I was doing receipts. I said that I could not meet with you because I had a deadline to meet for the receipts. Every time I was given a deadline, I turned in those receipts by the deadline. After the deadline, I was then issued a new set of receipts that I needed to give out. I hear that people don't want us in the media for these things. People are saying that now, that we shouldn't be making the city look bad. If that is the case, stop doing press releases about referring people to investigations. Investigations haven't been concluded. People haven't been found guilty, but our council is writing press releases alleging criminal activity that has not been proven in a court of law.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman, I have the floor.
Yeah.
Dr. Rao, you asked me about attending executive sessions, and you said that I need to be there because that is where the most important business of the city is done. Then you asked me what I want my legacy to be. I want my legacy to be this, that the most important business of the city is done in front of the city. We should not be back there 1 and 2 and 3 hours every meeting having executive session. Madam City Manager, I will ask you, you have worked for multiple cities. The amount of time that we spend every meeting in executive session. Have you seen that in any other city that you've worked for?
No, sir, I have not.
Thank you. And so the time that I did a press conference, the investigation was concluded. Check the dates. I gave a press conference on July 18th. The date of the Smyrna report is July 5th. It wasn't leaked to the public for 3 months until September. And everything that I said on those steps is verified in polygraphed statements by 7 City of South Fulton police officers. But again, we can stop all of this. We can stop issuing press releases referring people for investigation. We can stop doing all of these things. But my legacy will be to have these conversations in public. If we can't talk about it in public, then we shouldn't talk about it. Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. Winston Churchill famously said, that a lie gets halfway around the world before the truth has a chance to get its pants on. Winston Churchill did not have social media, and so when he uttered those famous words, they were true. In today's social media world, a lie gets completely around the world multiple times before the truth can even open its eyes, let alone get its pants on. There are many things, whether you like it or not, that have to be discussed in executive session and have to be held in confidence. Because having that information out damages the city, damages economic development, damages business, damages people's names, reputations, and lives. The majority of us try to do everything that we can to maintain confidentiality and to play by the rules. What is unfortunate is that it is not 100% participation. And so while we are trying to do the business of this city as mature professional adults, the lies are running circles around us because the lies get put out and they get promulgated by people who have decided, for whatever reason, that they want to participate in spreading the lies. And so they fan out all over social media, spreading lies, attacking people, dragging people's name through the mud, abusing us. As Councilwoman Rouse said, and make no mistake about it, it is abuse, which none of us signed up to take. And then you run to the media. There was media here in the room earlier. I see that they have gone now that, it's time to talk about other things on the agenda. So now the media is not here to hear this part of the conversation, but I have no doubt that if it is not on the 11 o'clock news, it will be on the 5 a.m. news.
That's right.
None. Which will then, because people run to the media with their lies, be taken and fanned out all over social media as if it is fact to say, see, the council is corrupt, the city is full of corruption, and people don't realize that it is, if I may use a inappropriate word, a circle jerk of misinformation promulgated by people who clearly have an agenda that nobody knows what it is except to tear this city down. Councilman Sebastian, I have absolutely zero faith that it is gonna stop. Because the people who are involved in doing it don't have the ability or the capacity to stop. Because that requires walking in truth. And they don't have the ability to walk in truth. Because lies serve their purpose. It requires maturity, and they don't have the ability to be mature. Because maturity means being able to look in the mirror and look at people and say, I was wrong. But they have to be right at all costs. Even when being right means that it is going to tear down the city. So no, it's not going to stop. Because stopping does not serve the purpose for which the circus is being performed. And so I know I hear a lot. I don't ever really say much. And there's a reason for that. Because number one, I'm not going to participate in the circus. Because when everybody is in the mud, nobody can tell who the pig is. And that is not how my mother raised me, who is still living, and I will not embarrass her by stooping to the level of some of the people who are participating in this foolery. And if you want to recall me, do it. Because unlike some people, I have a life outside of this council. Amen. I have things that I can go do. I signed up for this because I believed in the city of South Fulton. More importantly, I believed in District 6. And most importantly, I believed that Old National Highway deserved better than what it was getting. And every morning I get up and I try to make that happen, while I am also working my full-time job, while I am also caring for a sophomore in college, while I am also trying to get married, while I am also trying to write a dissertation.
That part.
So let me be clear that if you think you're going to continue to come to this council meeting and stand and scream and shout at us and try to bully us because you've decided to play into and promulgate lies, let me speak for myself and say, have at it. Because I ain't never scared. And when this meeting is over, I'm going to go back to doing the business of this city. I'm going to go back to not having a lot to say publicly, but rest assured that truth is truth, facts are facts, and I don't care how many people repeat a lie, that doesn't make it true. And with that, I would like to move that we have an intermission because we are way over time, and I would like to drink this Sprite.
Second. Thank you, Councilwoman Williams. It's been properly moved and seconded for an intermission. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
It's a motion to have an intermission and recess. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis? Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves? Aye. Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
We are recessed at 7:37. What time should we return?
We have a 20-minute intermission scheduled, so we'll be back here at 7:57, 7:58. District 69? 63. 69 in January. We had some renumbering, redistricting going on. Thank you so much for being with us. I consulted with council on the break, and we realized that many of you have been staying to talk about Jack and R Lane, and so we're going to go ahead and have that hearing now. I am going to ask that we have everyone that is for. We are reconsidering. The language gets confusing. If you want to see it open, I'm going to ask you to stand over here to my right, your left. If you want it to remain closed, I'm going to ask you to stand over here to my left, your right. Why?
That's how we do.
Oh, we have a public, so we're going to have a public hearing now. Yeah. And what happens during the public hearing is that we hear arguments for and against. The first,
We'll let the clerk do
it. Okay. So we do have a public hearing on the agenda. The way that we're going to hear from our city attorney in a minute, but the way that public hearings normally work when we're doing zoning cases is that we have the people that are for something line up on one side, the people that are against something line up on the other side. We usually give 10 minutes for people to make comments. I see a lot of people, so what I'm going to ask is, and what normally happens is the attorneys that are representing the for and against, their time is part of that 10 minutes. I'm going to ask if it's possible if you all could make presentations of 5 minutes or less, and then we can give this 10 minutes to the people that are for and against. But I understand that there may be some concern about the public hearing being on the agenda. I want to first just to make sure that our YouTube feed is back live.
Yeah, we're recording. We're still trying to work with the internet issues right now, but we're recording. The meeting will upload as soon as the meeting is over, but right now we are recording. We're trying to resolve the internet issue right now.
All right, so let everyone know who may be texting you that that they can't see the YouTube live, that we have some internet issues. We got a URA meeting. We're gonna beef up our internet throughout the city. Obviously, we need it. But we will record the meeting and we will post this later.
Point of order, Mayor.
So, Councilwoman Willis.
And speaking with the CDRA director, he didn't know anything about this, and our public works director, who was intimately involved in the situation, is out of the country, and I'm just confused as to why we're having a public hearing. How did this come about?
All right, would you speak to that, Madam City Manager?
Mr. Mayor? Or procedurally, can we reconvene the meeting?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, yes. Sorry, I didn't do that. So I gavelled everyone to attention. I'm going to take a motion to reconvene.
I move to reconvene.
It's been properly moved in second. I'll just do a show of hands. All in favor of reconvening? All right, it
unanimous.
Are you raising your hand, Councilman Sebastian? Okay, all right, that's unanimous.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I want to begin, Madam or Mr. City Attorney, about how this ended up on the agenda.
Councilman Willis, this is not a zoning matter, so it's not subject to the ZPL or the Zone Procedures Law. First, we're following under our road closure policy, and this case comes before you because prior to me getting to the city, and I think I have the agenda minutes, at some point in time in 2021, there was a petition brought before the city for the closure of Jackanock Lane, and that was done on September 22nd, 2020. And as a result of the council voting to close that road, it ultimately found itself the subject of a petition for injunction before, I think it's Judge Whitaker. And what I did when I got a copy of the injunction, normally the court wants to maintain the status quo, so I had whoever was, I notified the other side, whatever work was being done, to just stop where you are to maintain the status quo. And Judge Whitaker had basically kind of held this case in abeyance, and because it was asking for what I call equitable relief, there is a section 9 under our road closure policy that allows for there to be a petition to reopen a road that is closed. And our policy as it relates to a lot of the timing issues isn't clear. So it is clear that the Public Works Director can make a recommendation to open and close it. He made one on August the 5th for it to remain closed, and then that was provided to the citizens of Summit, Concerned Citizens Summit, as well as the other interested parties, and letting them know they had a right to appeal that decision under our policy. And I received a notice of appeal from Mr. Mitchell and Ms. Hooker's firm. And the next letter I sent out was indicating I've gotten your appeal, and the next step will be for me to find out when council can hear this matter at a public hearing. And so I sent out a letter indicating that I was seeking to have this put on the council's agenda for today, versus having it appear maybe on November 15th or the 13th when everything was crammed. And so that's how we got here.
Okay, just one, but the Public Works Director, do we have anybody from Public Works?
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
We do.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Just so in short, you, Mr. Attorney, had this put on the agenda because an appeal was filed.
Right.
Okay. And someone from Public Works was notified. Someone from CDRA was notified.
Mr. Jim Martinez is really more of a Public Works driven, because it's road closure, although from my understanding during the initial process, fire and CDRA was involved, but this is really more Public Works driven.
All right, I just want to state for the record that's how it got here and people were notified. All right, so with that, I am going to open the public hearing, and we will hear from the attorney for, and I'm sorry, this is a reconsideration of the closure.
You said this is actually appeal.
Our road closure policy, you can petition to reopen. They filed the petition to reopen. The Public Works Director sent a letter saying that in his opinion it should stay closed, and so they have the right to appeal that decision, so that's what they're doing today.
Got you. Forgive me, because I ain't finished law school. You know, I went for a year. But who is, in this instance, who is the for and who is the against? Because we usually let the person for the motion speak first.
I had envisioned the Public Works Department coming first and just kind of laying the background for council, and then after that, the burden in this particular case would be on Ms. Freeman's firm. I keep saying Ms. Patrice Hooker's firm to carry it to reopen. So I would let them. I would say they would go first after Public Works, and then the other side that wants it to remain closed.
All right, and so you are for reopening.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you all are for reopening over here. Okay, we just gonna can y'all switch sides? So, not the people, but you, Ms. Perkins, could you stand to the right just so you're with the people who are for the reopening? And we'll go ahead and hear from Mr. Martinez.
Good evening. Just a little background, I'll be brief. The summer of 2019, Public Works Department received a traffic calming request from Cannon Ridge at Wolf Creek subdivision to address speed and traffic volumes in their neighborhood. In response to that request, Traffic Operations Division collected data at Jackanar and Bunting Lane. The results showed that traffic calming measures were warranted due to both speed and volume. The department requested that the subdivision submit a petition authorizing the Public Works Department to begin a traffic calming design. Later that year, the Public Works received a subsequent petition from the HOA president to double cul-de-sac Jackanar, thus closing access to the adjoining subdivision Summit at Stonewall Hill. Moving forward, that following year, August of 2020, the department held a virtual information hearing. Approximately 181 individuals registered. From that, there were votes. Fast forwarding again to September 22nd, 2020, the request to close Jackanar Lane was approved. Jumping ahead, July 8th of 2021, the city issued the permit to close Jackanar Lane. And lastly, where we are now, March 2022, the city received a petition from the Summit Stonewall Hill HOA to reopen Jackanar Lane. And that's where we are today.
Thank you. All right, so Ms. Perkins Hooker, out of retirement from Fulton County.
Sometimes. Retirement is not retirement. Good evening, Mayor and City Council people. I really appreciate you taking the time to hear this appeal. This is an appeal to try to get this right. There was a problem and is a problem with traffic in the areas that impact several communities, and I have given you a package that allows you to see firsthand the pictures on a little closer, and we have a blown up version of it in front of you as well. The impacted communities are more than just the community of Canaan Ridge that is located on Jackanar Road. It is all of the neighborhoods who surround it, because the problem is that Jackanar Road has no other exit. Actually, the communities had used all of those streets as a way of routing traffic and dispersing traffic throughout the community to gain access to Stonewall Hill and Wolf Creek and all of the Campbellton Road, all of those communities. What I needed you to know on the impacted communities, how many homes are there. There are 578 homes at the Summit at Stonewall Hill. There are 210 homes in Brittany Park, and there are less than 50 in the Canaan Ridge subdivision. Those communities, other than Canaan Ridge, all pre-existed before Canaan Ridge was created. And so when you look at the second slide, thank you, is Jackanar Lane, and it is that long, thin, kind of elbow-shaped road that has all of those homes attached to it, and it's, like I said, it's less than 50, and I think it's around 40, but they had several undeveloped lots at the time. When there are several factors we think need to be considered that weren't considered by Public Works either the first time or in the letter that was sent to us saying that they refused to reopen the road. And that is, the next slide shows that the neighborhoods do not connect to any collector roads. And Kenneth Mitchell, the co-counsel here, will tell you about that. The road closure violated the City of South Fulton's codes and regulations with regard to fire and how many access streets you need to serve a community. The closure violated the zoning conditions for the creation of the Canaan Ridge subdivision, and that the Public Works did not properly evaluate the impact on service providers. We plan on covering briefly each of those issues, and I have provided in the right side of your packages the data that goes with this. So you don't have to just take my word. We have provided the code sections and references as we go through this.
All right. Greetings, Mayor and Council. My name is Kenneth Mitchell. Our first point is that the closure policy, in the next slide, requires connection to 3 collector roads before a street can be closed. Back in November of 2019, this council passed a resolution, the road closure policy 2019-54, which stated that Public Works will only support a road closure if the road is part of a neighborhood that connects to 3 different collector roads. Next slide. Our position is that this was not done. There was no study about where the collector roads were, and because of that, Jacquinard was improperly closed. So again, in an ordinance that the council passed, said the primary purpose of collector roads is to distribute trips to and from the arterial system and allow access to local roads. That's also in your packet. And so based on ordinance number 2018-43, there are no collector roads contained in the Summit at Stonewall Tail or Canaan Ridge at Wolf Creek subdivision. And that's important because collector roads allow access to and from places. We're in a residential neighborhood where there's no access to get to in that middle part, if you can see where Summit at Stonewall Tail is. And so the closest collector road is Stonewall Tail and Campbellton Road. And these subdivisions are all crammed in that position. Next slide. And so additionally, the road closure violates the fire code. This council again adopted the International Fire Code, and that fire code says it requires that in developments of 1 or 2 family dwellings where the number of dwelling units exceeds 30, there shall be provided 2 separate and approved fire apparatus access roads. So essentially, Canaan Ridge at Wolf Creek is against the fire code, unfortunately, because they only have 1 entrance now. And so because there's 1 entrance, this violates the fire code, and my co-counsel will articulate on the essence of that.
The problem with the fire code is that we weren't the only ones who noted that the fire department also in the original closure objected to it, as well as the postal service, as well as the school system objected to the closure because of the difficulty in providing access to emergency vehicles. Public Works is to consult with emergency service providers before they decide to close a road. And in this particular situation, they disregarded all of the negative comments from each of those providers. And as recently as last week, we had a problem with the ambulance service trying to provide service to a man whose daughter has asthma who was not breathing. The ambulance took 20 minutes because they have to go all the way around because Jacquinard Road had been closed. Actually, it's not totally closed. They were in the process of doing it, so it's interrupted. You cannot drive through it. So they could not get the ambulance through. So they had to go all the way around, all the way up Campbellton Road, back down to Stonewall Tail, and it took them 20 minutes. So we have quoted in, next slide, the information that was provided to you on the slide, the quotes from those service providers and responses, so those individuals' actual quotes regarding the problems that they're having and their desire not to have that done is there. And then lastly, I wanted to just deal with the fact that the current Canaan Ridge zoning conditions, which I've given you a copy of it, has the fact that they had to have 2 roads was part of the conditions to approve the zoning. And then the summary is the last sheet, and that says that you should override this decision to not open the road because of the fact that it's not connected to collector roads, which is part of your rules. The road closure is in violation of the fire code, and it violates their own zoning ordinances with regard to the creation. And then you didn't get enough, the Public Works did not give enough weight to the other service agencies who need access to the streets.
All right, thank you. That was 7.5 minutes. You all are going to get 7.5 minutes as well. But if you'll reset for the 10 minutes for public comment. So you see how many of you there are. If each one of you could do 90 seconds or less, everybody will get a chance to speak. So just come on up to the mic and you all can begin when you're ready.
Mayor, I move that we allow everyone to speak. They waited a long time, and I'm just trying to be fair to the constituents who stayed here 3 hours.
Okay, we will run the clock then. Everyone will get 2 minutes. Everyone will get 2 minutes apiece. Council is committed to making sure that everyone is heard, and I am all for that. No, we're
Are
good.
we good? Can we do that?
Are y'all good? Is everybody good with that?
I just want to know if the attorney, I was just asking him. We've asked him, we've never done this before. Mr.
Attorney Hyman, is it all right if we extend the public comment time?
You can always give more time versus less. We advertise for 10, but if you give more, as long as you're being balanced.
Perfect. Come forward.
For both sides.
Their whole side goes first, then your side goes first, then there's a rebuttal by the attorney and a rebuttal by the attorney, and then questions by counsel. But yeah, we're going to do that for both sides. Go ahead. 2 minutes each.
All right, good evening. Good evening, City Mayor, as well as City Council. My name is Jamie Bush, and I currently live in Summit Stonewall Hill. I've actually lived in Summit Stonewall Hill for 13 years, seen it grow, do great things. I'm also a mother as well as a teacher here in South Fulton. As I've seen our community grow, I definitely feel that we definitely need to reopen the road for various reasons. Reason one, it totally has disrupted bus service on all means. It takes the buses an additional probably 10 to 15 minutes just to pick up all the children who are on those particular routes, and the routes had to be redone. Along with that, it's very unsafe for emergency routes. I've seen that happen as well in our subdivision as well as in Canaan Ridge. Along with that, noted that there is a need for this roadway to be open because of the teachers and the parents who have to get our children to school from Westlake as well as Sandtown Middle School. When there's too much traffic on Camp Creek, this was a way for people to get away from the traffic overflow of such. Along with that, we have new construction coming, major new construction from homes as well as apartments. So this will actually help us to refunnel the traffic, control the overflow, and provide other opportunities. Along with that, our mail service, our fire service, there are so many things that have had to redo their own routes and also having to use up not only time, but also money and funds. Please reopen this road to help our community, because right now it's not only a distraction, but it's also a disruption to what we have to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, y'all can come a little closer. Y'all don't have to hang by the walls.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to address the council and the mayor. I'll try to keep this brief. One of the key things that was brought up with this closure is that it was a safe.
Please state your name.
I'm sorry. My name is Kimberly Payne. I'm a resident at, in District 2, 6303 Stone Lake Drive. One of the key things was that this was a safety issue that was in Canaan Ridge. But if it was a safety issue in Canaan Ridge, one of the things that was not taken into consideration was that Jackanaw Lane merges into Windy Springs, which comes into our community. If there was a safety issue in Canaan Ridge, that issue did not dissipate or disappear once it crossed an imaginary threshold into our subdivision. What wasn't done was enough to resolve the issue of whatever that safety issue was. What did happen was the issue was just simply displaced and forgotten. We're requesting that the road is opened and that the council takes steps to initiate that it's actually, whatever the safety concern is, if it is traffic, to actually resolve it for both neighborhoods, everyone, to actually resolve the issue and not just displace the concern. No other mitigating traffic calming measures was even considered, such as speed bumps or treads, speed indicator signs, or even law enforcement visibility to address that. The other issue that we have is that we have a lot of first-time young drivers that use that Jackanaw Lane to access Union Road to get to Westlake High School. Now they're forced to mitigate the many, not only semi-trucks, but commercial vehicles and now construction vehicles on Campbellton Road to get to school. That becomes a real and actual safety concern. And although there was a promise of a traffic light at the intersection of Campbellton and Stonewall Tell, that does not in and of itself deal with the initial safety concern, which was actually dealing with traffic within our actual subdivisions. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. My name is Ronald Cleveland. I am a resident of the Stonewall Tell community. My address is 202 Woodstone Court. After sitting for 3.5 hours, listening to all of the comments, I think council has done a wonderful job at laying out the facts, and I heard the facts being repeated by this council all evening. I also heard the word truth. So we've laid out the facts and the truth. I would just like to say, and I want to comment on the chaplain's words earlier, and it was about not forsaking your constituents. So to accept the will of 35 or 40 homes, to negate the will of some 400 plus, is not respecting all of your constituents. The second thing that I wanted to talk about, to echo the chaplain's message, which was the spirit of reason. So I would employ the council, as you guys look at this matter, to utilize the spirit of reason. Safety is an issue, not only for the children and residents of Stonewall Tell, but all of our surrounding communities, Brittany Park, etc. At this point, this decision has left Stonewall Tell with a one-way in and a one-way out, and without impeding Brittany Park. So I would encourage you to use the spirit of reason as you do contemplate the decision that was made. And then lastly, calming measures. To go straight to road closure without considering other mitigating factors, I would implore you to do and to take a look at that. Thank you so much.
I'd like to say good evening, everyone. I had not intended to speak in coming, but I live at 2726 Bluestone Drive, and while being here, I am 78 years old. I had a heart attack not very long ago. I have my nitroglycerin pills here with me now, and being on Bluestone Road, that's the street where the ambulances came. And when I think about the fact that every single minute, every single second that they are late could also contribute to my leaving my family, leaving my wife, and everyone else who loves me and whom I love.
What was your name, sir?
Lawrence Jones.
All right, thank you.
So I would implore you, please reopen it.
My name is Samuel Lewis. My address 6312 Jasper Way. Closing a public road to benefit the few and not the many, I find that hard to deal with. Coming from Maryland, where I'm accustomed to traveling and being able to get around as quickly as I can, when I did my research for South Fulton, that existed. That has now been taken away with this road closure. Despite the following, the objections from the police, the fire, the postal service, EMS, and the recent EMS delay, traffic congestion on Camp Creek Parkway, if you, in the evening hours, it's all up on the highway for folks trying to turn to get onto Campbellton Road. Difficulty to access Campbellton Road from Stonewall Tell. Where's the traffic light that was promised? There are no access lanes for turning and for traffic to continue to go straight without that congestion. There's been an increase in the number of accidents in that area. And any calming measures taken before moving to road closure? I'm still, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, Mayor and Council, City Council. My name is Latinia James. I am at 2932 Bluestone Drive for 13 years. This is my husband, and you want to speak?
Yes, my thing is, when the home was purchased, it had three routes to come inside the subdivision. As you all know, if you was coming from the airport and you wanted to turn on Enon Road, we had access to go Van Diver to go into the subdivision. And now we have to go to Campbellton Road. So anyone that's been to Campbellton Road to try to make that left at 4:30 in the evening, that's a real situation. That's what we're forced into at this time. We only have 2 exits out now. So they mentioned about speed was a factor going through their subdivision. If that was an issue, I think it's easy to put some speed breakers if there need be. Maybe that'd be a suggestion to answer to what the problems may be, if it is one. If it is a speed issue, it's going on in other neighborhoods too. That's something the police department maybe need to check into. I thank you all for our time, okay?
Sir? Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Really appreciate the thoughtfulness that you guys have put into the work for the city of South Fulton. Many of you, or a few of you, know I am very concerned about this issue. I've had conversations with our councilwoman. Outside of this issue, I think she's done a tremendous job. And she's aware of my position and the position of our community. And I represent the residents of Stonehaven Road. I live at 835 Stonehaven. My name is Trina Kazi. How many minutes do I have?
1 minute, 20 seconds. That's your clock right there.
Can they give me time?
No.
No.
Okay. Thought I'd try. Okay, I take back my thank you. No, I don't. Okay, so how do you prioritize these requests? I think it's important that the public kind of understand that. We went through the whole process. I love to see that we take a proactive approach as much as we can as we move forward through some of this. Perhaps as you create legislation, creating some type of partnership between these communities so we can talk and figure out how to create a solution together. This problem is not new, so Mr. Commissioner, shame on you for not looking at this in a different way. I know you tried to bring some people together, but I don't think it was they talked about the spirit of the law and all of that. So figuring out a way to really, especially in a new community, figure out a way to serve. I would like for this road to be reopened, so if I haven't said that, the numbers and the statistics have all been placed. From those 579 homes in our community, think about the number of residents that is compounded by the number of persons in those households. We've heard about the pre-existing roads. Yeah, this is, and thank you so much for everything that you articulated today, because I think sometimes you can kind of stew on an issue. I literally wanted to lay down in the road because it's important to me. It's important to me that if something happens, even in that neighborhood, and where is she? In Sandra Hall Lane, if something happens to her, it takes me 20 minutes to get to her because that's my friend.
Man, that's your time. I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right.
I got a list.
All right, Mr. Clerk, if you would.
We actually have one person on Zoom.
On Zoom? Oh, yes. Hi, Crystal. All right, your 2 minutes starts now.
Ms. Crystal Green, would you please unmute and state your name and address? You have 2 minutes. Ms. Green, can you hear us?
Can you unmute her? She's muted.
Unmute. Hello. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, please state your name,
Hello?
address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello.
Testing, 1,
Can
2, 3.
you hear me?
Testing. Can you hear us?
Why don't you type in the chat?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Green, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address.
Okay. My name is Crystal Green. I live at 2728 Bluestone Drive in the Summit at Stonewall Tell subdivision. So my house is directly around the corner from Jack and R Lane. I just moved to this neighborhood about 2 years ago. And at that time, I learned of the possible road closure and the reasons for the road being closed. I attended a Zoom meeting, myself and my husband, where both neighborhoods were allowed to make a case for their thoughts on the road closure. At that meeting, my overall consensus was that there needed to be more discussion. There needed to be different resolutions put into place aside from closing the road. Unfortunately, our council person put forth a resolution to have the road closed, and that was approved by the council at that time. My main concern is that if, as cited, that there's a safety issue for the residents of Canaan Ridge. Like I said, I live right around the corner, and in order to enter Canaan Ridge at the road closure, you would have to pass right by my house. So if it's a safety issue for the residents there, then it is, of course, a safety issue for the residents here, more specifically for myself and my family. So I would just hope that the council think about this issue in its totality and not just from the standpoint of the Canaan Ridge residents, as it has been up to this point. And I mean, that's really it.
All right, thank you. That was our last speaker on that side, Mr. Adams.
Yes, I believe that is correct.
All right, we're going to give the attorneys for the opposing side equal amount of time, 7.5 minutes, if you will put that on the clock.
Mayor, was it originally 10 or 7.5?
It was originally supposed to be 5. They went over 2.5 minutes, so
7.5, okay.
7.5.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Tiffany Carter Sellers. I am a resident of District 2, also a resident of Jackinar Lane and the Canaan Ridge subdivision. And I am here to speak on behalf of my neighbors generally, and then they are all here too to address you individually. Next slide, Mr. Adams. Just a little bit of background. 2003, Benchmark Homes submitted the zoning petition to change the area now known as the Canaan Ridge subdivision from AG1 to R3-R3A. That was approved by Fulton County in September. And then this is the zoning condition that we need to just focus on. Let's just talk about it. A minimum of 2 entrances must be provided into residential development of 80 lots or more. Next slide, please. Since the construction of the Canaan Ridge subdivision, there's been tremendous growth in the area. As you've heard, the Summit at Stonewall Tail subdivision has, I thought it was 500, but I've been corrected by council. It's 578 homes in Summit at Stonewall Tail. And Brittany Park has, I thought it was 250. I will stand corrected if there's 210. And those 2 subdivisions can intertwine and connect and cut through Jackinar Lane, making it, the traffic is just unbearable in the Canaan Ridge subdivision. Next slide, please. The city, in 2019, conducted traffic studies. So the issue isn't just speed, it's volume. If you look at the traffic studies conducted independently by the city in 2019, the speed limit in the Summit at Stonewall Tail is 25 miles an hour. The speed requiring a traffic control measure is 30 miles an hour. The actual speed was 42 miles an hour. This is the one that is most telling and most bothersome to me as a parent of young children who live on Jackinar Lane. The traffic volume in a 24-hour period. The expected volume is 333 cars. The volume requiring a traffic control measure is 416. In a 24-hour period, 2,382 cars pass through that intersection. So speed bumps is not going to fix that. Speed bumps throughout the way will not address 2,382 cars passing through Jackinar every day. Next slide, please. So the next thing is we need to talk about what the traffic calming measure is, because it's a road closure, it's not a road closure. What is it? The proposal is the proposal that was presented and approved by this council with recommendations by the fire department is a double cul-de-sac. This is important for 2 reasons. One, The double cul-de-sac is located squarely and entirely in the Canaan Ridge subdivision. No part of the double cul-de-sac is located in the Summit, and I'm going to tell you why in the next slide why that's so important. But there'll be two cul-de-sacs separated by a gate that has a Knox box system. What that will do is allow emergency personnel, fire, police, EMS, to access either subdivision at any time using the Knox box. What it will not do is it will not allow 2,300 cars to cut through Jack&R Lane. The police and the fire and the EMS personnel they know how to work that. Next slide, please. I think I have a picture. This is what the project specifications are. And this is the next thing that I want to make sure we're clear about. Not a single taxpayer dollar is going to fund this gate. What has happened is my neighbors have collectively come together to pay for the installation of the gate and the maintenance of the gate so that we can address any safety concerns that they may have. Next slide, please. In September of 2020, the City Council voted unanimously to approve the recommended traffic calming measure, which is the double cul-de-sac. Permits for the work were issued, work started, but now we're here in these appellate processes and these legal processes. And so work has stopped and there's no access. But there's no access because we keep fighting. Once the double cul-de-sac is finished and the gate is erected, traffic, if the police or fire or ambulance, if there's a medical emergency, they can absolutely pass through Jack&R to handle any emergent situation in the Summit. Next, so to be clear, the road will not effectively be closed because vehicular traffic, i.e. police, fire, ambulance, will still have access through the road. There's been some discussion about the number of entrances and exits in the Summit. The Summit currently has 2 dedicated entrances and exits that belong solely to it. Then I understand that there's a cut through Brittany Park as well. So they have 3. So we're here today to talk about the fact that they want 4, which we believe is inappropriate. Now, the reasons why the request should be denied. First, the Summit's HOAs, they're here talking about not complying with policies. Well, they haven't complied with the city's policies either. We're going to talk about that. Number 2, the double cul-de-sac does not contradict Fulton County zoning policies. And third, a traffic calming measure is necessary. Next slide, please. The city's road closure and privatization policy, the policy that they're here arguing about, the policy that they filed the appeal with Mr. Hyman about, specifically says, and I'm going to flip over a little bit to watch my time, a neighborhood association may request the removal of a road closure in its community. The road closure is not in their community. A formal petition will be required showing that 100% of the property owners in the neighborhood and along the affected roadway. The affected roadway is Jack&R. My neighbors are here today to tell us we didn't approve that. We're not objecting to that. Next slide, please. Next slide. I'm sorry, thank you. So the 2 entrances thing. We don't have 80 houses. It's 47. We don't have 80. We have 47. But even with the 47, we're gonna still give emergency access through the double cul-de-sacs. Next slide, please. I'm going quick because I got 20 seconds. All right, we talked about the traffic calming study because the traffic calming measure is necessary. There's no other way to effectively prevent 2,300 cars from driving through a residential community with children, except for doing it this way. Thank you so much for your time. I think perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sellers, and it is good to see you, Ms. Sellers. For those of you all who have not been following us from the beginning, was our first city judge. We're going to go ahead and hear from the residents of Jack&R Lane. You all each have 2 minutes. There is no yielding or sharing of time. Please make sure to state your name and address. Thank you.
Kristen Berry, 345 Goshawk Ridge. My husband and I bought our house in October of 2020. We sit in our backyard. Much to our surprise, buying our house, motorbikes and motorcycles were riding in our backyard. Several events where I was relaxing on my deck, men and boys decided to walk through our backyard to get to the other neighborhood. Safety is a concern for me as a parent. I encountered many times when a car tailed me when I was driving the speed limit in my neighborhood. The bus gets my child home early this year at 4:50 p.m. Last year, he got home at 5:45. Safety is an issue when speeding loud cars come through our neighborhood. In conclusion, with the access closed, we have peace. We have peace that our children are at the bus stop safely. With the access closed, no motorbikes, no motorcycles are going through our yards. With the access closed, there are no accidents to our property, no trash in our lawns, and there have been no issues with speeding. The evidence has spoken. Keep it closed.
Next, you all can come closer just so we can keep this moving a little faster.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Michelle Brewington. I am at 2688 Jackanar Lane, and I am very much affected by the traffic that's cutting through Jackanar Lane and Cannon Ridge. I've been a resident of Cannon Ridge for 4.5 years, and the amount of traffic that has been cutting through Cannon Ridge has been unbearable. It's ridiculous. It's extreme. I can't give you any more adjectives. We have small children in our community. We have elderly people in our community that like to get out, and it has been a nightmare. We have been afraid. It's dangerous. It has created a very uncomfortable environment. We've talked about everything in regards to safety and all of that, but the fact of the matter is, and I think it's very important to point out, that the closure is in Cannon Ridge subdivision. Cannon Ridge subdivision is not in the Summit. And so when we talked about the numbers, 578 homes in the Summit, 200 so in Brittany Park. We have Waterford Commons, 300 plus homes, not including the other projects that's coming along. Just imagine, with just the numbers that I've mentioned, that's over 1,000 plus homes. When you take into consideration a minimum of 2 cars per household, just imagine the type of traffic that's cutting through. Please keep Jackanar Lane closed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rhoda Dozier, and I live at 2713 Jackanar Lane, and I'm going to talk really quickly because I have a lot to say. It means a lot to me, just like it means to others. It is a safety issue. We have provided council and other people with videos where speeding cars literally go around the school buses, and our children are getting off trying to cross. I personally have seen this. I can't even use a security camera. I see Summit posts next door security cameras all the time. I can't, because mine literally was going off hundreds of times a day, catching all these cars, and all night. Cars come through 1, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, thousands of cars all the time, and our children can't play comfortably, we can't walk comfortably, and speaking of property and other things, If you, my neighbor, I've lived there just a few years, under 5 years. I've replaced my mailbox 4 times. And yes, they did not live in my house, our neighborhood, because I caught 2 of them. But nobody reimburses me for the $400 every time. Our front entrance sign has been hit twice. And when we talk about letting drivers practice in our neighborhood with our children and our buses coming through, that's not fair and appropriate to us. We try to be collective. We are providing services. I've got asthma too. If I need an ambulance between 7:30 and 8:30 a.m. and 3:30 and 4:30 p.m., I know I'm gonna have a problem because Union, when Westlake go in and out, it's traffic, and I have to deal with that, and I accept that. But for us to have to accept literally thousands, it's thousands, people. Please keep it closed. Give us your support again. Thank you.
My name is Dawn McKinnon. I live at 2701 Jackanaw Lane. And, well, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time today. I just wanted to, and I didn't write anything down. I'm going to speak the truth to you guys. And the truth is, just like my neighbor said, no one's on the other side when you cannot literally check your mailbox, because that's what happened to me. I've been in Canaan Ridge 2 years, almost 3, and I've replaced my mailbox 3 times. My husband was almost run over one of those times and damaged his arm trying to get out of the way of a speeding car. It's not a quality of life with that many cars coming through. Imagine just trying to turn into your driveway and cars speeding around you. I was almost in an accident because someone wanted to speed around me to get through to the other side. So what our neighbors are saying in the Summit is true. There is 500 cars, 500 homes. So just imagine how many cars, and they don't all live in Summit. Jackanaw Lane leads to Westlake, it leads to Camp Creek, and yes, those students drive through our street to get to school, but it creates a danger for our children. I've witnessed it, where we had to literally push children out of the way for speeding cars. Me personally, I've lost a child. I will definitely not like to see one of my neighbor's children lose their life because of a speeding car. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm sorry for your loss, ma'am.
Good evening, Council. My name is Erica Douglas. I live at 2725 Jackanaw Lane. I've had the pleasure to be the very first house that was built in that neighborhood some 14 years ago. So I do know the facts. The traffic 14 years ago was bad. The traffic about 7 years ago was horrible. The traffic about 2 years ago was extremely excessive. I know the facts. I've been at my house. I stayed at my house for about 3 or 4 years by myself in that neighborhood by myself. And the traffic has been horrible for all 14 years. I have 3 children, 2 of which have graduated, 1 from college, 1 is in college, and I have a 10-year-old now. My boys could never play outside, never, because I could never guarantee that they would not get run over. My daughter, for the last 2 years, guess what? I can close my eyes and she can go outside, she can walk to all my neighbors' house, and I don't have to think twice about it. That's the last 2 years that the back has been closed. Unfortunately, about 30 years ago, I lost my grandmother. Her name was Mary Howard. She attended Enon Baptist Church on Enon Road. At the intersection of Camp Creek and Enon Road, guess what? Enon and Camp Creek, it didn't have a traffic light there. Myself, my church, Pastor Gregory L. Pollard, my church members, we petitioned because the traffic in South Fulton is absolutely out of control. So we petitioned, and because we petitioned for safety. Our concern is not convenience. I have a cousin that lives in Summit. I have several friends that live in Summit. My children went to Stonewall Tail. Guess what? It's quicker for me to go to Stonewall Tail through the Summit. I understand the convenience. I am the one to understand convenience. Convenience is not a factor here, because if we were going to vote on convenience, I'd say leave it open. But the fact is, we have 40 homes, and we cannot bear the brunt of what South Fulton needs to fix, which is the traffic problems within the community. I'm just asking you to bear us the load. 2,000 cars coming through our homes every day is unacceptable. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor. My name is Tosin Okodua, and I've lived in Canyon Ridge subdivision for 4.5 years. But prior to that, I know this area very well. I grew up in this area. So watching what has happened in our subdivision, and I know the heated debate about opening it up and having cars come through is an easy access. This is not about convenience. We've addressed their issue, which is having access for public safety to be able to get into the subdivision if there was an issue. We've provided them that, which is we are going to create a gate so they can have access to have those things. But for the first time since I brought my daughter home in my subdivision, as she was small, she's 4 now, going on 5. And I love nothing more than riding my bike or watching her ride her bike. I feel comfortable that I can do that with her. But with all those cars coming through that subdivision, I can't. So please, I understand the inconvenience to them. It's also an inconvenience to us. It's easy for me to go through the Summit to get my daughter to school, but I too have to go the extra mile to get my daughter to Stonewall Tail. So this is not about convenience, it's about safety. Thank you guys for your time.
Hello, my name is Shanita Savage, and I'm at 300 Go Shock in Canyon Ridge. Pretty much everyone has said same thing. It's the same thing. I too have children. I have a 14-year-old and I have a 8-year-old, soon to be 9, and I'm fearful for their lives because of the traffic was out of control. But I'm not gonna keep you guys, I'm not gonna use my whole 2 minutes, but it just boils down to one thing: safety or convenience. Safety, convenience. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Tracy Sturdivant, and I live at 2629 Jackanaar Lane. I am actually the closest to the closure. I moved to Georgia in 2020 from Brooklyn, right at the height of the pandemic. South Fulton has been a refuge for my family. And what's interesting is that the first place that I landed was at the Summit. We rented in that community for an entire year, and it was through living there that I found the Canyon Ridge community and said, this whole area is beautiful. And I would love to be able to raise my family here. I have a young son who's 6 years old. I will say and be the first to acknowledge that I was once an offender. I was once one of those 2,000 cars rolling through Jackanaar Lane, if we're gonna be honest about what happens. I heard one of the residents talk about, well, if they're experiencing traffic, we are too. And the fact of the matter is, they weren't. In fact, I felt more safe and comfortable to allow my son to play outside when I lived in Summit Hills, Stonewall Tail, because they have safety and security in their community. And I believe that this is not just a convenience question, it's not just a safety and security question, but it's an equity question for the residents of Canyon Ridge. We should be able to enjoy the safety and security that Summit enjoys as well. And so I would implore you to look at that lane and to see that, in fact, the speed, right, that someone can accelerate during that, on that road provides the excessive speed that is listed here, that to our earlier point, the speed bumps or no other calming measures would provide. So I encourage you all to continue to keep the road closed. Thank you.
Good evening. Safety trumps convenience. Safety trumps convenience. Safety trumps convenience. I say that so emphatically. By the way, my name is Al Harris. I live at 2761 Jackanoir Lane. It has impacted my family because twice my wife has almost been run off the road while she's trying to walk through the neighborhood from flying cars. Not saying they're coming from the summit. We've all acknowledged that many neighborhoods fly through the neighborhood. At one time, she was driving the speed limit within the neighborhood. A car behind her thought she was driving too slow and honked the horn, flew by her. Another time, she was trying to get to her driveway, and as she was turning, her car, just thought she was going too slow, went between her and the house and nipped her. So because of all these things, I will say, when I first moved there, I knew about the back entryway. I didn't think it was an issue. But as I've lived there longer, it's becoming an apparent issue. I've even almost been run off the road. So I say safety trumps convenience because it's inconvenience to me. I have 2 kids that go to Stonewall Hotel. It's much quicker to get through there going through the summer. But I would rather drive 2 hours to be able to see my 2 kids live another day than just to be convenienced and get 10 minutes to go get them or pick them up. So I'm going to close and say safety trumps convenience. Please do the right thing. This is not, and the safety issues Dave raised, she's already addressed. Emergency vehicles will be able to get through, in and out. That's not an issue. So what other issue is there besides convenience? Safety trumps convenience. Good evening.
Hi, everyone. My name is Antoinette Edwards, and I too live on Jackanoir Lane. I appreciate you guys listening to all the residents of the city about this issue, because if this was not a democracy where we could all speak, we automatically would lose. It's a small community. There are only 47 homes, and we have had this issue impacting all of us. Most of the homes in the community reside on Jackanoir or Bunton Lanes. So as a result, we see all the traffic coming through because most homes are in the path of the traffic. I have a 13-year-old son, and when kids are getting into their teenage years, you want to give them independence and freedom. Prior to the road having limited access, I could not allow my son to go outside, play with the neighbors, ride his bike, common things that grown children should be doing. I would not allow my son to walk by himself because it was so unsafe. And I'm not saying it's any different for you. I understand the issue in the city, but I also ask that you understand us, understand me. As a parent, I've watched my son at the bottom of the driveway waiting to board the school bus, having to jump out of the way of a car, turning to avoid stopping behind the school bus. My son had to jump back to prevent the car from hitting him. This is a constant issue when the road was open. The road is closed, and I can allow my son to go play with my neighbors. He can go out and go visit his friends in the neighborhood, and I'm safe. I feel safe with that. So I'm asking you to keep the road closed, not because it's impacting so many people, it's impacting all of us, but I'm asking to maintain the quality of life and maintain the safety for all our children, including mine and yours. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can y'all hear me on this? Okay. Thank you all for being here and listening and understanding, hopefully, what we're trying to say, the message that we're all trying to convey. I moved into Canaan Ridge in March of 2019. And I'm very excited to live there now, but before I was even more excited that I could get out and put my gym shoes on and get my run on and lose some weight, much needed. But one day, I got up and I put on those gym shoes and I went out there and I'm jogging and looking at the beautiful scenery and the subdivision, and I too had to jump out of the way because I was almost ran over. And then I had to question myself, am I supposed to walk against traffic or to traffic? But then I thought to myself, it's not worth it either way. So I had to invest in something else, a treadmill. I mean, it was a seriously busy street when I first moved in there. And I have 2 kids of my own. They are now 13 and 10, but back then they were more like 7 and 10, little kids, just learning how to ride a bicycle. And I just did not feel safe for them to be out there to ride. Mommy, can we go? No, you cannot go up the street. No, you can only ride in your driveway. I even allowed them to ride in the yard, grass, roll over, I don't care, roll over the grass, do circles, do donuts, whatever you need to do to keep them safe. Please uphold this decision to keep the road closed. It's not about convenience. It is about safety. And trust me, since I've been there, even when the road was open, I never used the back road to exit. But even thus and so, please listen to us, because we really and truly want to keep our children safe. That's who I'm most and primarily concerned for. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, can you state your name for the record?
Sure. Oh, Dr. Sandra Hall-Lay, 2749 Jacarno Lane.
Thank you, Dr. Lay, and thank you for your work with Future Seekers.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Verna Bailey, and I live on Bunting Lane. I think I'm the only one here now who is on Bunting Lane. So as I'm right at the entrance to the development, and I wouldn't go over what previous speakers have said, but I'm living there 12 years. And since I've been there, the entrance to the development, that the facade there has been knocked down 8 times. The speed that they come through the development at, they cannot negotiate the roundabout. And so they just drive right into the columns 8 times. So I won't go over all what has been said before concerning the speed and so on, but everything that goes past Jacarno passes my house. It's unbearable. Please keep it closed.
Good evening, Mayor and council persons. I'm Deloitte Wilson. I live at 310 Goshawk Ridge. I, too, have been almost hit from just casually walking on the road. A car came so close to me that I felt the wind as it passed by me. And again, like my neighbor said, now you question whether you walk against the traffic or with the traffic. So that is in itself a safety concern. But moreover, I would like to leave you council persons with this question. If you have heard all of these arguments before, you have heard your elected official approve this measure once and maybe twice, and now we are here for maybe a second or a third time saying the same identical thing, then to me you have, if you choose to open this back up, you have undermined your own work. And then you have also undermined the integrity of the attorneys that work for you as the city, that approved this and approved the permit for the builder to get to where he is right now with a partial closure. So think about what you are sending a message, that you either didn't know what you was doing then or you don't know what you was doing now. Don't mean to insult you, but think about that.
My name is Reese Reynolds, and I stay at 2664 Jacknar Lane. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and safety members. I would just like to say that I actually stay on Jacknar Lane where the hill is, and you can't even get your, well, you never used to go get your mail without almost being ran over. Also, there's a curve right before the entrance, so you would have people speeding around the curve, and sometimes they will end up on the opposite side of the road, almost causing accidents. I have nephews, and it's just really hard just to even let them walk across the street. Also, there's a roundabout at the entrance, and you would have multiple cars going the opposite way, which in return would cause people to try to avoid them, which would lead them into running into the main entrance sign. So I would just like to say safety trumps convenience. Also, opening up Jackanory Lane will not deal with the issue as far as traffic. There needs to be either widening of the lanes because we do have multiple developments popping up. Also, they're building more apartments, and it's really not going to change as far as, yeah. So, thank you.
Mr. Adams, do we have anyone on the Zoom?
No, sir.
All right. We've been at this for an hour. We usually have rebuttals, but I'm going to ask if we could just have questions from council and you all work your whatever you have to say into the, because I'm sure council has some questions about all that we've heard tonight. Can we agree to that? All right, I'm going to start with Dr. Rowell. I saw her hand first. Is the queue back up? Are we using the queue, not using the queue? Okay. I saw Dr. Rowell and Councilwoman Williams. Everybody else, if you could hop in the queue, that'd be great. Dr. Rowell?
I hope the Public Works person can help us on this. If I recall, weren't there 2 traffic studies done on this area? Because I think, if I recall, the numbers, we just had to verify them because they were high. Is that true?
Yes, that's correct.
Well, I guess the numbers, you don't have any new numbers because it's been closed for 2 years. Okay,
yes,
that was my only question. Okay. And just to clarify, so the issues with the school system, they've rerouted, from what I heard from the commentary, these routes have been rerouted for Fulton County Schools?
Yes, ma'am. That's my understanding as well.
And then I just have one question for fire. Chad Jones, the solution about the gate, does that address the issue? And can you speak to, was there an issue with the delay in response? And you may not know, because I understand that's ambulance. I guess that's what they're referring to. Is that accurate?
I can't speak to the Grady response, but I was asked to pull the numbers for the last 2 months.
Okay.
For the subdivisions, talk to the crews. We have 2 stations in the area, Station 4 on Plummer Road and Station 3 there on Stonewall Tell. So Station 3 is the primary response. They didn't indicate any delay in any calls to either subdivision that we had on record, and over a 2-month period we had 18 calls in that area. But again, from our dispatch, 4s would respond to their location and 3s would respond to another. So I can't speak to the EMS, but we were approached, Fire Marshal Dingler was approached about a safety issue and what to do with the gate. We do have the Knox box, which again would be a solution that we presented instead of any type of speed bump, speed hump, because of our apparatus. So we did, give them the Knox box option.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I guess this is a question for Public Works, since I was not here when all of this when this decision was made and all these presentations happened. So I want to be sure that I understand what I'm hearing. We have a subdivision with 47 homes, with a road that is fully within that subdivision, butting up against a subdivision with 500 homes and another subdivision with about 200-ish homes, and none of the road in question is in those subdivisions. Am I hearing those logistics correctly?
Yes.
Hey, I'm gonna call for order.
I'm asking this question for two very specific reasons, because I want to make sure I understand where this road is.
With the public works.
Yes, I'm gonna ask for just some order. We are asking our city staff, where is Jack and R Lane? In which subdivision is Jack and R Lane?
Well, to my understanding here, that Jack and R Lane runs along this area there, but at the same time, I'm sorry, get here. At the same time, this was developed before the city was established. You have these roads already coming in, and they were coming in designed with double cul-de-sac within this subdivision, but they're still public roads.
Did that answer your question, Councilman Williams?
It did, and yes and no. I'm very clear that they're public roads.
Yes, ma'am.
That's not my question.
Do you want the delineation of where the actual subdivision was developed?
Correct. I'm trying to understand layout and subdivisions relative to subdivisions, because one, I live in a subdivision in the back of my subdivision, and the house behind me is in a different subdivision. So I'm trying to understand if this is a similar setup where my street is at a corner of Sapphire and Turtle Bend Lane, and if you turn by my house, it takes you into the other subdivision. Is that the layout that we're talking about? Or something similar to that?
And I can go into a little more research on the details of the layout again.
Okay.
That was done some years ago. I'll be more than happy to provide that information once I do that research.
And am I hearing correctly that the traffic, I want to be sure that this number is accurate, because it seems to be a lot to have 2,300 cars a day coming through a subdivision that has 47 houses in it. Is that number accurate?
I can't speak to that particular number. I don't have that study in front of me, but I can get that information and we'll provide that to council.
Okay.
Councilwoman Williams, I'm just going to say I have visited Jack and R Lane, and I was your neighbor in the older subdivision, and it is exactly like Turtle Bend Lane. It is the same situation.
Okay, and that's really why I asked the question, which leads to the second thing, is that what I believe I'm hearing is very similar to the same issues that residents have brought to me in Old National East about the amount of traffic that goes speeding up and down Schofield and the surrounding streets because of people using their neighborhood as a cut-through. And so if that's a similar situation, I want to be clear in my own head that that is what is happening if I'm going to be asked to make a decision about to open or not to open this road or portion of a road.
You got it.
Thank you. I'm going to wait for this queue to come up again. Do you mind bringing that queue up so I can see who is next? I think it was Councilwoman Gums. Yes.
Okay, can you all hear me? I think so. Whew. Of course, you all know this started in, 2019, early 2019, with the first homeowners meeting where everyone got together to pretty much tell me that the traffic was an issue. And we had multiple meetings, and then also to hearing the concerns of actually doing a traffic study. That is the first step that we normally do. Once the Canaan Ridge actually decided to move forward with their petition to have the traffic study. And Public Works did their due diligence. Unfortunately, this has turned two subdivisions against each other. Trying to bring safety to an issue, of course, you know, Canaan Ridge, they're 47, Summit is 578 and 210. They are specifically outnumbered. And it's not an issue of, you know, taking one side. I've heard all of the stories. You all have said everything under the sun about what I am on next door. And I just, that ain't me. But however, you all perceive it the way that you want. I don't have friends in Canaan Ridge. I'm just doing what is right. And if you ask any other resident, they will say Councilwoman Gumbs is for the integrity of our communities and for safety. I can tell you that same particular day when we voted, when was that, in 2020? I have been out to Canaan Ridge, actually going to the summit of Stonewall Tail. A car flew by me. Now, I normally don't go the speed limit, but a car flew by me just to get to the other side. I have seen the videos of kids almost getting ran over trying to get on a school bus. And I'm not saying that this is not an issue that's not happening across all of the city, because it is. But they came up with a solution. It wasn't the fact that everyone was against it. The post office talked about, oh, well, it's an inconvenience. The school talked about, it's an inconvenience. No one talked about safety, though. And that's the thing that concerns me the most. I hear you, some of the Stonewall Tail. I do. It is. I've had people call me from Waterford Commons. Open up the road, Councilwoman Gumbs. I've had people call me from Regency Oaks, everywhere, to open up the road. How is it okay for people to cut through other people's subdivisions? I just don't understand that. And I wouldn't do it for you all. You all, when we looked at it, when they said 2,600 cars, we asked them to do it again. Do that study again, because that doesn't even sound right. And it came back again with a high number of cars cutting through a subdivision. And I'm not saying it is all Summit or Stonewall Tail. As I've said, there's been accidents. There've been residents in Waterford Commons, other subdivisions. So it is a thing of people cutting through. But there has to be, we became a city to make these type of decisions, to preserve the safety of our communities. And every decision that I make will not be popular. As you can see, y'all eat me alive on Facebook and Nextdoor. But I feel in good spirit and with my integrity that I made the right decision in asking for this road to be closed with a safety box, a knock box. The road is not closed. Emergencies can still, the people can get through. And I did ask the chief, because I saw the post on Nextdoor about, you know, the daughter not being able to get proper emergency care. And that's very unfortunate that that happened to you. But I wanted to know, Chief, had you had to reroute any calls for any emergencies to the summit of Stonewall Tail? The answer was no. I don't want this to be an emotional play, but it is safety concerns. There were 18 calls that were sent to the summit of Stonewall Tail. 4 of them were false alarms within the past 2 months. 8 of them were fire, and 7 of them were EMS. So our community, as far as focusing on safety, I know that our fire department and our police officers have done an amazing job trying to communicate the road closure or whatever else, how to navigate and getting to you all for safety concerns. I just want you to know that this won't be probably the last road closure, or because we're going through the traffic calming. There are a lot of Petition. There's a lot of petitions. We're learning a lot of lessons from this, actually. But also at the same time, I believe that we made the right decision. And that's my position on it.
Councilwoman Willis.
Okay, thank you for recognizing me. I've heard from both sides and actually took time out of my precious Saturday and drove over and rode through the community. And Ms. Sally Jones, I do want to address this because I had to visit another subdivision that's going through a similar concern where cars are passing through their neighborhood from another subdivision. And I hope by bringing public works in-house that we can get these projects moving. When I rode over to Summit and Cannon subdivisions, the Summit is absolutely right. That traffic light in Stonewall Tail and Camilton, it needs to be expedited. I mean, people are dying on City of South Fulton roads. They're dying on City of South Fulton and GDOT roads too. But in the City of South Fulton, where we're responsible for erecting traffic lights and four-way stops and roundabouts, we are moving extremely too slow. It's ridiculous. I found tickets recently, and I'm going to send you an email, a comprehensive email of tickets open since 2020 and 2021, and it's ridiculous. And so I stand with residents on getting these traffic light signals where they're supposed to be. And Stonewall Tail and Camilton definitely needs one. There was also an unpaved road in that area that would help with the pass-through that needs to be paved. And I think you put that on a T-Splosh. I can't think of the name of the road. I should have wrote it down. But it was absolutely, and one of the roads need to be resurfaced. It was absolutely ridiculous. And so I just need to hold your feet to the fire to make sure that you get on this public works division that we have recently brought in-house to get this stuff done. There are actually 3 ways. There are 2 exits on Stonewall Tail, and there's 1 through Brittany Park. And so there are 3 ingresses and egress. And I actually took my husband with me because I needed him to help me understand the importance of safety versus convenience and how things are viewed from a public safety point of view. And I have a few questions. When was the subdivision created?
The Summit of Stonewall Tail was created in 2003.
Okay. And we adopted these policies in 2019. When was Cannon created? No, when was the subdivision? Because, and we didn't adopt these policies until 2019, and we didn't adopt the fire code policy, the new policy, until after these subdivisions were brought in as well. And so, you know, I hate the 2 communities are at odds, but what I'm hearing from the larger subdivision is the most concern that they have is being able to get into and out of the subdivision in the case of emergencies. And so if Cannon is going to pay for a fence, a Knox fence, to alleviate that, then that concern shouldn't be, because if they're going to allow public safety, and that was what my husband said, is that most of the time they look at, they don't want one interest, they don't want the main interest blocked and not being able to get into the other interest in case of emergencies. So if they're going to put a fence and allow the passage to come through their neighborhood in the case of emergency, then that solves that problem. And that's what I'm hearing from most of the people that is in a larger subdivision. Their main concern is if there's an emergency, they want to be able to have public safety to come through and service. And they're paying for that fence. So when is that? I just want to ask, do you have an estimation of when that fence will be erected and constructed? Attorney Sellers?
So right now, there's a stop work order issued by the city because the construction had begun. So once this process finishes, I think maybe 60 days, 60 to 90 days, because the construction has started. I think that, well, let me not say that, because I think there's some permitting issues because the old permits expired, so I don't know about all
Well, I
that.
saw the roundabouts being constructed.
Yes.
Not the roundabouts, but the cul-de-sacs. It was a double cul-de-sac. I saw
Correct.
those being constructed.
Correct, they're being constructed, but since this has been proceeding, we're like year maybe 2 now, so the permits that were issued at that time they're expired. So we have, they have to be re-permitted, so I don't want to give you a time and then the permitting process goes, awry.
Okay, thank you. So in essence, when this stop order is lifted, the process can move forward with the subdivision getting a gate. Is Attorney Hyman, am I understanding that correct?
What happened, Councilman Willis, is that the construction crew that Canaan had contracted with was prepared to proceed with the installation, but then there was an injunction, and so basically that's when the stop work order was issued to honor the injunction, and so the status quo being maintained that they just stopped what they were doing. And right now, from my understanding, Judge, we do a status report to Judge Whitaker, so she's just been holding this matter in abeyance. And so after whatever council decision, then there'll be a report to Judge Whitaker, and I'm pretty sure at some point in time she'll make her decision.
Okay, so for me, this is not about the have and the have-nots. This is not about convenience. This is about safety. And if we could just get past this process, allow Canaan to go ahead and move forward with constructing the gate to allow passage for emergency purposes, then that will solve most of the problems from this subdivision, the Stonewall Taillet Summit. And so thank you so much, both communities, for enduring this 3-hour waiting process. I know it was uncomfortable, but I appreciate hearing from both sides. I appreciate speaking to both attorneys. Attorney Hooker, I have so much respect for you. Thank you so much. But the main thing for me is safety. And if they're going to, at their expense, construct a gate to allow for emergency vehicles to pass through, then that would suffice most of your concerns. Because you already have 3 ways to get in and out. Thank you so much. We can't allow you to speak out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Willis. Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, thank you to both communities for coming forward and stating your case. When I look at the maps that are provided for this area, it just, again, this is one of those cases that reminds me why we needed to create this city and do right by our planning and zoning and land use. Because, to be quite honest, I could not see us approving this right now. I can almost get to say, if all this was presented to this council right now that way, we probably would not approve it, right? Like my colleague said, safety is a big thing. I've said multiple times, the hardest thing that I've had to do since I've been elected was to sit with a family whose the father got killed on one of our roads. And just happened to be a GDOT road. And I've even said to the officials at GDOT, I don't ever want to have to experience that again. So I don't know what I will do if we make a decision to open back up that road and all those safety concerns that I've heard. some child, some parent got killed in that subdivision. I just would not be able to deal with that. So I think the safety issue of putting the gates there for emergency access, it may not be ideal for everyone, but I think it solves some of the problems in a very difficult, very, very difficult situation right now. But that's what we got to deal with. So as we move forward and as we address these, I live in a community where part of another community that's attached to mine is closed. And both of our community want it closed, right? Because we used to have cars being stolen and people exit easily out and all kind of things used to happen, right? And so these issues happen all over the city because, again, when a lot of this stuff was being built, you did not have a government here who was looking out for your best interests, unfortunately. And I'll say that again, the people who used to make a lot of decisions for here didn't have to live here and to live with those decisions. That's why we had to change that. And while I have the mic, I too want to recognize Representative Bazemore. I call her Madam President because I served with her during the cityhood movement. So thank you again.
Mr. Reeves, you haven't spoken yet.
Thank you. And I do want to say I heard both sides of the argument, but there was a solution that has been put in place since 2020. And I just don't understand why what this council voted on was not followed through, because it was a legit solution for safety for both residents. Because I heard the man who's 78 who has a concern about the first responders coming if an event happened to him. And so that this was addressed. But it's a bigger question to me that goes on about our subdivision regulations and how developers come in and plan these things out, because this should never happen. And because if I see the little land there, you could build a cutout outside of that subdivision that will provide the access to it. And so, but we have a new sheriff in town, which is the CDRA, and we're going to have a little presentation here. And we're going to address some of these issues for the future, because we do have control now in our hands. And so we will be, making the adequate changes necessary so we don't revisit this type of situation in the future. And so that's all I have to say. Thank you. And yes, Sister Gumbs, you did make the right decision.
All right. Councilman Sebastian, Councilman Reeves, y'all took the words right out of my mouth. I'm going to come back to that. But I did have a couple of questions before we close the hearing, because we haven't done that. I guess I'll ask our public works official or anyone else who knows. I just want to confirm there are three exits currently for the summit at Stonewall Tell. There are 3 ways to get out of that subdivision.
To my knowledge, yes, there are ways to exit and enter the subdivision.
And do any of those exits have a light, a traffic light?
Traffic light at those? No, sir.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Just formally do that before I launch into these comments. As Councilwoman Williams said, we used to live in adjoining subdivisions, and when Woodward Estates was built, I used to drive through there all the time because there was no light on Old National to make a left into that LA Fitness shopping center. So it was safer for me to drive through the subdivision. I also understand the concerns about safety. It concerns me that in all this time, as Councilwoman Willis said, that we haven't gotten this light situation together. I remember being a child, my parents and the residents of Forest Oaks, Haley Hills North subdivision, petitioning then Commissioner Michael Hightower to get us this light at Creel Road. And unfortunately, a couple of people had to die before we got that light. which is unfortunate. That seems to be a problem here in South Fulton County. I am so happy. It's hard being mayor, but I'm so happy to be mayor right now because I will not have to vote on this item, and I am praying that there is not a tie that I have to break, because this is a very difficult decision. People moved out here, and we heard a lot of people talk about that. People moved out here to have, a better life, to be able to spread out and have space to ride bikes with their kids and all the things that we heard. And a lot of people want our way of life. And so more and more and more of them are coming. And we've got to prepare for them, or we got to start saying no. We got to figure that out. So you're absolutely right, Councilman Sebastian and Councilman Reeves. We do have a presentation coming up from CDRA Director Derek Hull, and it's actually going to be the first. Every month, I'm so glad that so many people came out. Every month in our work session, we're going to be tackling a different part of comprehensive land use and planning and zoning. And so I hope that all of you that came out tonight, for whatever reason, that you all keep coming back. When we do tackle this, though, it's imperative that we get it right the first time. This subdivision existed, these two subdivisions existed, and they were open, and then we closed it, and now we're thinking about opening it back up. Like, we just gotta be more thoughtful and deliberate when we make zoning decisions. And I understand that this was not our decision to make, but I have seen this issue replicate itself since we have been incorporated as a city. When we build subdivisions, it is important for us to not, or when we allow subdivisions to be built, it is important not to just consider the subdivision that is on the agenda, but all of the subdivisions that are around. We've got to consider the traffic. We've got to consider the hydrology studies and the runoff. There have been multiple subdivisions that have come to a Mayor Mondays and said, since this new subdivision has been built, my backyard is getting flooded, or the water from the creek is coming up to my house, and I'm losing acreage, and my deck is about to fall in. So we've just got to be thoughtful about that. I want to thank everybody who came out and who did sit through our first 3 hours. What I hope that you take away from that is that we got to keep talking to each other. We had a very contentious first half, and we are back here talking to one another. But what we don't do enough of, Councilman Sebastian, is talk to each other in between meetings. So I was grateful to have lunch with you last week, or this week actually, and I want to encourage you all, no matter how this vote comes out, to keep talking to one another, and to not wait until you get into a meeting like this to talk, but just be neighborly and talk with one another. And we're going to get a traffic light. We're going to do maybe some other things. We're going to work this out on behalf of all the citizens. And with that, I will entertain a motion.
I make, what is it actually? Are we, where is it, number? Oh. I make a motion to deny the road reopening for Jack and R Lane.
So moved.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
It's a roll call vote. Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis. Yes. Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves. Aye. Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
That motion was approved unanimously.
All right, thank you. We're going to go back up to these two zoning items, 12 and 13, before we hear this critical presentation from our CDRA office. So would you sound item number 12, please?
Yes, actually, Mayor and Council, item 12 will need to be two motions, according to the City Attorney's Office. This is a request for council approval to award an ITB 22-100 White Mill Road full depth reclamation and execution of a contract to Atlanta Paving and Concrete Construction, located in Atlanta, Georgia. The low bid was $1,483,233.50. That's the first item that's before you.
And just as a point of clarity,
What's the second one?
okay.
The second motion is going to allocate 10% of the $1,483,233.50 for contingency. The attorney's office indicated that those need to be separate votes.
All right, let's take the first motion, but I do just want to ask a point of clarification, and this may be for is the LMIG grant the second motion?
First motion.
The LMIG grant. So I want to be clear, that isn't the that we're not paying the 1.7 million. Our 30% match is 300,000. Is that correct? Okay. They're conferring. I'll wait for them.
Can we go to item 13 while they get that?
Need Ms. Martinez? Oh.
Yes. Yeah, can you confirm that we only have to pay the 30% for this LMIG match?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. All right, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to get some clarification on this too, that is the city of Fairburn, because I thought when this was presented initially some months ago, that there was some contribution from the city of Fairburn?
Yes, there is.
It's not displayed here. Do you recall what their contribution is, and is this the total cost that they will then pay a part of this, or I'm not sure what we're approving here.
You're approving the full project, and we will be, lack of a better term, reimbursed from Fairburn, and I believe that number is around 10%.
Okay.
It goes in and out, but mostly in about 90% is within the city of South Fulton.
Okay, yeah, that's what I recall. It was about 10%. Okay. Any other questions? So if not, Mr. Mayor, I want to move that we approve the award of this ITB 22-100 for White Mill Road full depth reclamation contract.
So move.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
It's a roll call vote. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs? Yes. Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
That motion was approved.
All right, you want to call the second item?
Yes, the second item is to allocate, approve a 10% contingency for this project. And I think that dollar amount of 10% is $148,323.
Mr. Mayor, I want to move that we approve this 10% contingency of $148,323.
Discussion.
Okay. It's been properly moved and seconded. We have discussion. Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you. This 10% contingency, are we sure that this is going to be enough money? Because I know projects, you start them, there's overruns, there's delays, things change. will doing this 10% give enough of a cushion, or could we potentially have to come back if there's a change order and have to do more?
Nothing's for certain when it comes to this. However, it is an industry standard to have a 10% contingency along with these construction projects for uncertainties and unforeseen issues. If it does go above that 10, it'll be back for council to present it.
Thank you.
And we do have that 10% coming back from Fairburn. They're gonna put 10% on it.
10% of the project.
Dr. Rao?
Just to verify, would it have to come back if it's within its 25,000, so we wouldn't have to delay the project? Have we found ourselves in that situation before?
I have not.
City manager?
I would think that it would be within my spending authority, but since I've been here, I don't think we've found ourselves in that type of position.
I'm just thinking if it's only a little bit over.
The attorney's office may want to.
Oh, y'all have done that? Okay, thank you. Okay, I just want that clarification.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Willis.
It is totally impossible for us to sit here and anticipate whether it's going to cost money. I mean, I've had projects on 3 occasions where we've had to come back before this council and ask for a change order. There is a supply and demand issue as it relates to material. I would suggest we just go ahead and approve this, and if material costs increase or something happens, then they just have to bring it back before council. It's just that simple as it was with Southwest with the Southwest Tennis Center, as it was with the lights. They're gonna have to bring back recommendation for this council to improve for more costs for the lights. They're gonna have to, and just like it was with the pool, there's a serious supply and demand issue. It's not our fault. Blame it on the pandemic.
Thank you, Councilwoman Willis. I think I don't often feel confident speaking for the whole council, but I think I can speak for the council in saying we will not be the reason this project is delayed. So if at any time y'all need us to do a special call meeting to get this project done, I think you can count on us to. We won't be the reason that this project is delayed.
I didn't ask the question to suggest that we were going to hold it up. I was hoping we'd be able to make sure that we give them what they need and that it's sufficient in the prayer that they don't have to come back.
Absolutely, absolutely. Councilman Reeves?
Well, I do have a different point of perspective of that, because this was planned out in cost scope while the pandemic was going on. So we do understand that contingencies, you are right, is normal in contracts. And I hope that they don't come back for a change order, because it should have been built into the price that they do with the contingency. So that being said, I yield.
All right. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'm going to call for the vote.
Yes, we have a motion by Councilmember Sebastian, seconded by Councilmember Gomes to approve the 10% contingency. Roll call vote, Councilmember Rao. Councilmember Gomes. Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
That item was approved unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please sound the next item.
We're on item 13. This is a application by the City of South Fulton requesting a rezoning from A, medium density apartments zoning district to R3, single family dwelling zoning district on 23.44 acres of land. Subject property is located along Cascade Road, generally bounded by Cascade Road to the north, New Hope Road to the east, New Britain Drive to the south, and Trammell Crow Park to the west. This is located in District 1.
I move that we rezone from medium density apartments to a R3 single family dwellings. This is a down zoning on 23.44 acres of land.
So move.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes. Yes. Councilmember Willis. Yes. Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
That item is approved unanimously.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
We are on agenda items part 2. We're at presentation, comprehensive plan and future land use. And I believe Mr. Derek Cole, Director, is making this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Hull. Just what? Just to note, this month is National Community Planning Month, so I'm proud to kick off these series of conversations with this overview. Mr. Hull, please go forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Derek Hull reporting on behalf of the Community Development Department. And as the mayor indicated, this is National Community Planning Month, so happy National Community Planning Month. When you see a planner out in the community, give him a hug, give her a hug, give her a kiss, give him a kiss, whatever you want to do. But I will, at the end of this presentation, also announce an event that we're going to be having on Friday. But as the mayor mentioned, I was both excited and slightly disappointed when I found out that the city had engaged in a comprehensive plan update. And the reason why I was not necessarily excited, I was a little bit disappointed, is when I spent a little bit of time looking through the document, I noticed that despite all the efforts that had occurred at the community level, engaging a number of community residents, business owners, obviously the elected officials, and city staff, the efforts were the minimum that you can achieve. And as I go through this presentation, we will talk about what is required by law in the state of Georgia and what our comprehensive plan includes versus what I want to discuss with you and that I hope in this next year we can undertake as a city to really roll out a more robust and a more distinct comprehensive plan for the city of South Fulton. So with that, I want to start off with, many of you have heard of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I flipped the pyramid to turn it and this is a good example of explaining the comprehensive plan and other land use documents. So I call this the hierarchy of land use policy documents. So the comprehensive plan is meant to be, if you will, understand this, a 50,000 view looking down, providing general parameters for a municipality. It could be a city, it could be a county, it could be a state. And so while the plan is supposed to be general, it does provide specific policy recommendations that we are to implement as a city. Falling below the comprehensive plan, we have community plans and overlay districts. Councilmember Reeves, Councilwoman Williams are undertaking in their district and also in District 7, they're undertaking currently the Old National LCI, which is a community plan that is going to provide recommendations on economic development, but also on some land use policies. So it falls below a comprehensive plan, but is the next level of land use documents that we use. In Councilwoman Willis's district and in Councilwoman, help me out, no, sorry, Riles district, we have the Cascade overlay and we have the
Sandtown and
Sandtown, but I was speaking specifically for District 3. We have the Red Oak overlay district. And these two are area-wide districts that provide some guiding principles related to land use, but not necessarily specific to a particular parcel. That's where you get into the zoning ordinance. So our zoning ordinance, lower level than the comp plan and the community plans and overlay districts, but provides specific regulations related parcel by parcel within a particular area, typically in a neighborhood or within a certain designated area. But it provides the restrictions on how the individual can use his or her land, how a business can use his or her land related to the specific regulations in the ordinance. And then there are other other land use policy documents that are either included in the zoning ordinance or are standalone. Tonight we talked about, with the previous road closure, we talked about a little bit of the subdivision regulations. That is a land use element to the zoning ordinance that actually talks about specific regulations, development standards for subdivisions when we are undertaking them in the community. And then finally, at the local level, the really local neighborhood level, HOA and CCNRs, conditions, covenants, and restrictions that are a part of when you build a new subdivision and you have a homeowners association. You have some specific regulations in terms of what homeowners can do with their properties. And then, of course, the individual property owner. So I say all that to say, you understand kind of now how this pyramid works and the relationship of the comprehensive plan, which is what we're going to focus on tonight. The comprehensive plan in Georgia is regulated, ironically, by the Department of Community Affairs. And so this is in Chapter 110-12-1.01 of the Community Affairs Department for the state, specifically reflects the important interests related to health and economic vibrancy for cities and counties. And it really is tied to the economic prosperity of a municipality. So you will see moving forward, and it's great to be in this role because I have to work with a lot of departments, but particularly when we're dealing with the comprehensive plan, I have to work a lot with the economic development department to make sure that we are understanding the issues of vibrancy and viability of our city on a long-term basis. The local benefits include fact-based resource for local constituents that track implementation of community-based policies. So I've met with each of you, and each of you have indicated to me, as well as the city manager and as well as other department heads, the importance of making sure that the community is a part of our process. And so part of what a comprehensive plan does through a series of meetings is allow for stakeholders to provide feedback on what those long-term policies and recommendations are going to be. It creates an environment of predictability for businesses and industry, investors, property owners, taxpayers, and the general public. It helps to localize government to recognize and then implement important economic development, and we hear that again, and revitalization initiatives. Now this information is not from me. This is specifically from the Department of Community Affairs. So you see there is a unique nexus between a comprehensive plan and all of our land use and policy recommendations and ultimately economic development. Some more general guidelines. The department established this authority by creating standards and procedures for comprehensive planning for all local governments in Georgia. This is across the board. Those standards and procedures emphasize preparation of a plan to help each local government address its immediate needs and opportunities while moving toward realization of its long-term goals for the future. Now, most of you all know what this is. This is a SWOT analysis. And most corporate structures and most government entities, you at some point undertake an activity of conducting a SWOT analysis. And so this is what this speaks specifically to. In order to maintain qualified local government certification and thereby remain eligible for state funding and permitting programs, each local government must prepare, adopt, maintain, and implement a comprehensive plan as specified in these standards. So because we are an independent city, we are a municipality of over 100,000 residents, and because we want to govern our affairs locally, we are required by law to make sure that we have a comprehensive plan in place. And that was what was undertaken in December 2021. Now let's talk about a little bit of what is required in a comprehensive plan. So you are required to have community goals. All local governments are required to have that. You're required to undertake a SWOT analysis. So you assess your strengths and your weaknesses, your opportunities and your threats. And you identify these and specifically focus on the needs and the opportunities for the community. You are required to have a community work program. And this basically outlines the issue that you've identified, the policy that you have identified, and at the city level, the implementing department, and if it requires stakeholder participation, that stakeholder group that's going to carry out that particular policy. Now, I'm happy to say that our plan has those three elements, but that's where it stops. Now, I'm going to talk about some other elements that are interwoven in our plan, but are not standalone specific elements that I think we should explore at a later date. So one of those elements is the capital improvement element. And this is when particularly municipalities have decided to charge development impact fees. You will see, and I've expressed this to the city manager, that we will be procuring a consultant to engage the city in its own development impact fee study. And so that's going to be coming in the next couple of weeks. But we don't have a capital improvement element. So the issues that we were just talking about with the subdivision and the road closure, these will be things that will be identified. Identifying every public right-of-way, every private right-of-way in the city will be a part of this capital improvement element. Dealing with issues such as traffic, understanding the various transportation options will be explored in this particular element, as well as the transportation element, which I'll get into a little bit further. The economic development element. Again, our plan discusses recommendations for economic development, but there isn't a standalone economic development element. And so what we do have is an economic development plan. And so I've been in conversations with the economic development director, and we have talked about taking the best recommendations out of that plan and incorporating it into the comprehensive plan. The land use element, which is a requirement if you have zoning and we have local zoning, we are required to have. What we have, we don't have a necessarily standalone land use element, but what we do have, obviously, is a future land use map, which is required, and then we do a corresponding zoning district reference so that applicants, so that the community can understand and know what land use designation corresponds to the appropriate zoning district.
Mr. Hull, I just want to just let you know, I know you got about 3 more slides, and we've got some questions, so we just want to go speed it up.
I will go through as quickly as possible. Transportation element, as I mentioned, really deals with congestion in the community and talks about alternative modes of transportation, such as adding bicycle lanes and public transit options. And then finally, the housing element, which really focuses not only on the current housing stock in the city, but is specific to, and I had come to you about 2 or 3 months ago to talk about our HUD programs, but looking at affordable housing, concentration of low quality and dilapidated housing, and then specifically a job and housing imbalance. So what I am going to be proposing over the next couple of weeks, and we'll be getting into a little bit more detail, is to make sure that we go back and revisit our comprehensive plan. I've met with many of you, and many of you have told me that you want to make some changes to some of the land uses in your respective districts. So we're going to go through the process again. What we are advantaged in doing is that we don't have to start from scratch, because we can take our existing plan and, as I say, embellish it a little bit, clean it up, make sure that we continue to have the stakeholder meetings, and then move forward with recommendations. I am also going to recommend that we consider a health element that deals with the overall quality of health for the community, and a parks and recreation element that really gets at the heart of looking at our open space areas in the city. Next slide. So again, our plan as it was completed in December 2021 just has these three elements. So this community vision and goals, this community work plan, and this future land use map. So it's missing a lot of critical elements that would help us to deal with some of the issues that we've discussed tonight. This next slide shows what is required, which is a future land use map. And I think it's just, I need to take a moment to just express and explain, when we talk about future land use at the comprehensive plan level, that is different than zoning. So a future land use are general categories based upon areas or regions in a municipality. The specific zoning district is specific to a particular parcel. So one is more individual, one is more regional and widespread. So we will explore these as a part of our redo of our comprehensive plan. So before I conclude, what I want to leave with Mayor and Council tonight is, as we look to try and incorporate now some of the items that you have identified as elected officials related to your specific districts, are to re-engage the community about undertaking the activities of the comprehensive plan. So, assess the best elements of our current plan, identify our key stakeholders, establish community meetings calendars, conduct the public participation, synthesize the community input, and formulate policies in the community plan, prepare draft revisions, incorporate final changes, and then publish for public review and council consideration. So I believe this is a hefty task that we have to take, but we have new planners on, and we know that working with your legislative assistants and yourselves, we can get this done and update our comprehensive plan to reflect more of what the community wants, and as the elected officials, more of what you want to see in your community. And so, my very last slide talks about additional land use considerations. And when I use the term land use, I mean it in a general context. So as we're looking to now go through this process of updating our comprehensive plan, we need to look at things like updating the land use designations. For instance, in our current plan, when Atlanta Regional Commission was doing this initiative for us, we didn't have a category for parks and open space. So we used a general designation of agriculture. Mm-hmm. As you all know, agriculture and open space are not necessarily the same type of use, land use. Mm-hmm. So we have to clean that up. And we've identified where this has occurred throughout the comprehensive plan. And we're preparing to make those changes. The consistency between the comprehensive plan and zoning. So there are certain land use designations that are not consistent with certain zoning districts, and just making sure that there is a clear nexus between the two. Zoning district assignments. We have, believe it or not, even though we're 5 years old, we have parcels, thanks to Councilwoman Willis for helping me to find these, we have parcels that don't have zoning designations that exist in our city. Yeah. So we have to now go back and figure out what the appropriate zoning is for those. There are zoning text amendments that we have to do because some of the ordinance as it stands is either not legally consistent with state law or federal law, or they are things that we can't enforce as a city. So we have to go back and fix that. There are some best practices that we need to introduce. We need to prohibit spot zoning, and that is when you have applicants to come into a community and they take a parcel and they want to change the zoning and nothing around it is similar to that zoning district. And so as planners, we discourage that type of activity because we consider that particular type of activity spot zoning. And then restrictive areas. There may be areas that where we need to protect because of the sheer nature of the area. If it's heavily wooded and we want to have a buffer between a heavily industrial use in a residential area so that it's not developed. We may need to restrict the area for future development to protect and to create a natural buffer between. So in addition to doing an update to the comprehensive plan, we will look to take on these 8 activities as a part of that process as well. So with that, I conclude my presentation. I would be remiss if I did not invite the city of South Fulton out to this event we're going to have on Friday. It's called the State of Community Planning. And it's going to be at Southwest Arts Center. And we will have, as one of our speakers, our main speaker, is quite frankly a very good close friend of mine, a colleague, but has been one of the longest serving planning and sustainability directors in all of Metro Atlanta. And he is currently, his name is Andrew Baker. He is currently the DeKalb County Planning and Zoning Director. And he has been in his role since 2006. And so he's going to talk about equitable development and planning, particularly for communities of color. So if your schedules allow, please join us from 6 to 9, and we also invite the community out for the event as well.
Just one more time, it is 6 to 9 p.m.?
Yes.
And where is it?
Southwest Arts Center.
Southwest Arts Center. Thank you. I'm going to open it up to any questions. Dr. Rowe?
Just a quick question or request. Just watching how some of our zoning cases have gone, I think it's very important that, I don't know if we have videos recorded or some kind of content to explain to the public what the council can and cannot do, because they think we can do more than we can. And so I was glad that you pointed out the future land use and the distinction between zoning and the future land use, and what we can and cannot say no to legally. I find that to be a very big disconnect and a failure to either us to communicate to the public how strong a property rights state Georgia is. And so how do we navigate, because I watch people come there thinking that the council is not in alignment when legally we don't have a basis to deny something. Right. So how do we, while we're going through this over the next year, how do we educate the public so we don't have to go through this for a whole nother year of them not understanding what we can and cannot do?
So part of what I've discussed with the city manager's office, and what wasn't in community development, was a strong community planning division. So we are reorganizing the division, the planning division, where half the staff will work on current planning activities, the other half of the staff will work on community planning activities. So the goal is to go out into community and have at least 3 meetings a week all over the city to talk about those different types of concepts and projects that we need to do. And part of it is just simple education. As you all know, as you've met with your constituency, a lot of them think that they may understand and know about planning, but they really maybe only know a little bit about a particular topic. I know it was overwhelming when I sent that email out with those 25 topics or more, and we have more that we can discuss. And so what we're planning to do is record those sessions, but then just have in-person meetings so that we can have focused, specific topics to educate the community. And what I want to do is, we can talk about a myriad of things related to planning, in particular, community development. But if we have specific focused topics, we talk about a particular topic, they can grasp the concept and then move on to the next. So this is everything from housing and everything that falls under that. Market rate housing, affordable housing, cottage homes, alternative, housing types. Yes. Everything we can talk about. And then we can move into transit-oriented development. And what is that? I remember, and I was so moved by Council Williams' comments in a couple of previous council meetings where she was talking to the community about, you say you want this in terms of commercial and retail, you have to have the rooftops to get it. So we're trying to bridge that gap to really educate people on, if you want this, traffic is not always bad, because then it means that, you know, they're driving to get to somewhere. Let's make sure that the city of South Fulton is a place where they can drive to get to, where their commercial needs can be met, where their retail needs can be met. So that's why, you know, I continue to really work with Artie and figure out how can we best approach economic development, where is it appropriately to be located, and how can we continue to encourage more people to come into our city to build, because, you know, we don't want the burden to be on the backs of homeowners. If we can share this across the commercial industry and the industrial industry, despite what people may think, you know, industrial buildings pay a lot in tax property, and that's a lot of revenue for us. So we can take the burden off of the average homeowner by making sure that we can diversify the economic strata of the city.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rell. Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I knew when this plan was being adopted late in 21, before I was elected. And quite frankly, after I got here, and especially taking a closer look now as an elected official, now based on the fact that residents of District 4 are saying, we want this, or we don't want that, right? It is very difficult to make sure that things are protected or brought in with some of the current plan that we have. I am concerned, as some of my residents are, that as we're bringing things, especially into an area like District 4 that's so rural, we are still open according to some of the zoning that we have in place, some of the overlays that we don't seem to have completed properly are not there. So as you know, I've been talking to you a lot about reviewing some stuff for District 4. So I am pretty excited about going through this process. It's going to take us a year, but I don't want to be fighting developers to stop things. I want people to be encouraged to come here to do business. I don't want us at all to get the impression that we're difficult to work with, or you never know what decision we're going to make with zoning. But when we have some of the things that have come forward recently for District 4, right, it's just problems. And quite frankly, I think we have we find ourselves in this position, I think, based on the fact that we were going through this for the first time. Mm-hmm. And it's okay. You go through stuff, you learn. So we have the chance to fix it now. But I want us to fix it to the point where we can encourage developers to come here. So I am looking forward to working with you more and to learn exactly the things that I need to do, and while working with the citizens of District 4 to strengthen the things that we want for District 4. Because we want stuff, but we just don't want stuff everywhere. Okay, thank you. And by the way, that list that you sent, it was daunting, but I went through every single one, okay? I went through every single one. And of course, I sent you, I think, my top 10 or 12 or whatever it was. So thank you. I'm looking forward to actually going through those two. And just make sure we get them properly recorded so we can put them in our newsletter, we can have them on the website, we can refer citizens to them, because a lot of times, too, a lot of our citizens, they're busy just doing life. And quite frankly, some don't have the time to come to these meetings at these times during the day. So if you can send them a link and say, hey, look at this, you might learn something from it, that would be great. Thank you.
Councilman Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Ho, for your presentation, and I look forward to it and how your approach to overhauling our comprehensive plan. And follow my colleagues, is the most important thing is the map, the zoning map as well, to fit into that. And so, and this is the time that the community can be involved, because I plan on going back and reintroducing this to our community to work hand in hand again, and so that we can get the things that we need. And I just want number 22, that cottage home, to move on up the list to the top 5 there. So it's because we do have housing demands and housing needs, and people who want a new way to live, and so that I would love to move that on up to the top 5. So because I think that's a need. One of the things that is under attack is senior housing, as seniors are facing evictions, right now, and due to the market rate. So, but we have no options for them to go inside of the city. And also, too, as you know, we have a need for Class A office space. I know our ED director will say a Class B or Class C will win. It's still a win, but yeah, Class A though. With Class A comes a little bit different development as far as the rooftops and what kind of developments we will bring that's around that area. And so I do have a few ideas that we can look at with the community. One of my members is here now, Mr. Johnson, and so and also to the opportunities of how they can be engaged too with, when we talk about the construction and the design of these things, and how they could be a part of that procurement process, and help develop and collaborate with the city too. So thank you, sir.
Councilwoman Willis.
I'm just gonna be real quick. The last comprehensive development plan to me did not include enough community engagement. It felt rushed, hence why it was voted down, and we ended up jeopardizing our status with in our ability to go after grants. We need just to make sure that we are not rushing through this process, and next time being engaging as much as possible. We did have the pandemic last time that was preventing us to meet a lot in person. And so that hurt seniors, especially in one part of my community, who felt like they were just totally being treated in a dismissive way. And so I'm glad we're going through this process again. And let's get this going. Thank you. And thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. A question and a couple quick comments. First, I want to go back to what Dr. Rao was saying. I do think that education is super important. But because we are a property rights state, and the majority of property rights will always go with the landowner, we've got to be about the business of owning more land. And so what I would ask Madam City Manager is, I know we have this land acquisition specialist coming on. I think one of the things that we should direct her or him to do is to look at the places that are most likely to be exploited by developers. And if we need to buy that land first, or places where we can do catalytic site developments that change the trajectory of what we are being offered. Because too often when developers come to us, they're not bringing us things that we are excited about as a council or as a city. So I think that we just need to be strategic in purchasing as much property around the city as possible, whether we hold it to develop ourselves or whether we just hold it until we start getting better offers and then we can put it back on the market and make a profit off of it. One of the things that I do hear whenever we often I think about Michelle Battle when she's presenting and people are pushing back against things in our zoning ordinance. She will often say, right, and other attorneys will often say that we are only doing what is allowed by the ordinance, right? So, and I want to, and that brings me to these questions about the timeline. I think one of the reasons that we also rushed into the adoption of the zoning ordinance the way that we did in 2021 is because we were hearing it at the same time that we were doing our budget. And so I'm looking at this this calendar and I see that the draft revisions and the final changes are coming in September and October, that's kind of around budget season. I just want to caution about that. And then my question is, this is for the update of the comprehensive plan, which is the first document in that reverse a triangle. The zoning ordinance or the future land use map, that's not included in this.
So the future land use map is actually a part of the comprehensive plan.
Okay.
The zoning ordinance is a standalone document that has a parcel by parcel zoning designation. Well, at least that's what we thought, but we now find out that we have parcels that don't have zoning on them. So we have to fix that as well. But that's a totally different map, and that is subject to change as people are requesting rezonings, which is why we don't really have a zoning map, because it can be what it says today, but when we get requests next month, it can change because of what people are requesting and if it's granted by council.
I hear that, but if we make changes to the zoning ordinance or the overlay districts, it's your intention to do that after we go through this comp plan process?
Yeah, the overlay districts and the community plan should be a part of the comprehensive plan.
Okay, so all of that will be the project.
Yes. The zoning ordinance is a separate document that will correspond to the community plan. So we will have corresponding zoning districts based upon the overall land use designations. We have, and I'll give you a quick example. We would never have as a residential land use designation, we would never have a corresponding zoning district of industrial, right? Because those are incompatible zoning districts and land use designations. But we would have a compatible mixed use land use designation and a commercial and or a mixed use zoning district, because those are compatible.
So just to be clear, in 2023, we'll be looking at the comprehensive plan, the future land use maps,
which is a part of the comprehensive plan,
and the overlay districts. And then any rewrites of the zoning ordinance we would tackle in 2024 after we go through these things.
Now, what I am proposing, and a couple of council members have brought to my attention some errors that exist right now in our zoning ordinance. So those are going to be things as we're going. We have a text amendment, in fact, tonight. Well, we had one. We had a zoning change that was city initiated tonight. As we looked at the area and we wanted to make sure that the zoning for any new proposed project would be consistent with what's around, which was an R3 zoning designation in District 1. But this particular area had, for whatever reason, a apartment zoning district on it, which meant that a large scale apartment development could be surrounded by single family homes, which would not be necessarily a consistent and a compatible use. And so we will, throughout the year, we will be doing text amendments to correct the zoning ordinance, to add clarity to some of the things in the zoning ordinance. But the comprehensive overhaul of the zoning ordinance will not occur until after the comp plan is done.
All right, thank you. Music to my ears. Thank you so much for that thorough presentation. We will have more of these in every upcoming work session. If it is all right with the council, I have a request to move the, to go next to item number 19. We have some people with the CVB who've been waiting to make that presentation. Is that okay with everyone? All right, after number 16, could we go ahead and go to number 19? Would that be all right with folks?
We approve item number 16, item number 17, item number 18, item number 19, and item number 20.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion about those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items?
Just a quick discussion for number 16, just very quick. The purpose for the moratorium is just to allow for me to work with the economic development director in our community to best determine what they would like to see in that vacant spot. Thank you.
All right. I am uncomfortable with these bulk things, but the hour is late, I understand. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
So motion
if you would just call out each thing that we're voting on for the record, for the people that are watching.
Okay. I have item 16, resolution temporary moratorium on bars and clubs in the Red Oak Historic District, sponsored by Councilmember Willis. Item 17, the second reading, request council approval of an ordinance amending the city council district maps due to reapportionment as a result of the 2020 census. I have item 18, council approval of an emergency ordinance declaring a state of emergency in the city of South Fulton, providing for city meetings to be held virtually, providing for an effective date and for other lawful purposes, sponsored by Councilmember Rao. Item 19, request approval of recommended amendments to the City of South Fulton Convention and Visitors Bureau bylaws. Item 20, request council approval of 2023 legislative priorities.
All right. Please call the vote.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes? Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
Those items were approved unanimously.
All right, thank you. Please sound the next item.
Actually, item 21 is request council approval of a negotiated sublease for a public works operations center. It's my understanding, according to the city attorney and city manager, this item is not ready at this time.
Okay. Do we?
I move to table item number 21, council approval to negotiate a sublease for public works operations.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Not ready.
It's not, he said it's not ready.
Yeah. I have a discussion about the tabling. Do we have an estimated date of when it will be ready?
We're going to try to shoot for the 15th. The main issue is just agreeing on some terms between the proposed sublease.
All right, I'm going to urge us to do that because
They're homeless.
we ended our contract with Jacobs on September 30th.
Right.
Councilwoman Willis.
This is the third time we have postponed this. It was on the agenda. This is the third time. And it's getting quite ridiculous. So, it almost reminds me of the police lease. Proposals kept coming to us. We kept kicking the can down the road, and we don't need to get into another situation. So, I know there was a space identified that may accommodate public works, and some other. We need to discuss this under real estate, and then move this ball forward. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further comments, will you call the vote to table this item to the 15th?
Yes, roll call vote. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes? Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves? Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
That item was tabled unanimously.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 22, Georgia Power Pole Attachment Agreements. This is sponsored by the Economic Development Department / Public Works.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Good morning.
Evening, it's almost morning. Long day. The Georgia Power Pole Attachment License Agreement. This is nothing more than the city's ability within the city limits to be able to attach items to the Georgia Power poles. This is no cost to the city of South Fulton so long as we apply each and every time that we want to attach something to the poles. It might be decorations for holidays, it might be banners, but this gives us the power to be able to attach items to the banners. That's all this is. If there was a particular, an example is the holidays. If we wanted to put banners along Old National Highway, we would have to sign an agreement, apply for it, identify the poles where we wanted to have those attachments, and then we would submit it to Georgia Power, and they would turn that around for us within 2 to 3 week period of time. So that's all this agreement is about. No cost to the city of South Fulton. Do you have any questions?
Seeing or hearing no questions, I will entertain a motion.
The Georgia poll.
It's an agreement. So moved.
Been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
It's roll call vote. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes? Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
That item is approved unanimously.
Thank you.
How soon can I get some Christmas lights on Old National?
All right, please sound the last item, Mr. Clerk.
Last item is the first read, an ordinance adopting the Georgia Uniform Rules of the Road Code Section 46248.1B of Chapter 6 of Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated to regulate traffic upon the public streets of the city of South Fulton and repealing all other ordinances and sections of ordinances in conflict herewith. To amend Title 15, Criminal Offenses, Chapter 2, Offenses Involving Property Rights, Section 152002 of the City of South Fulton Code of Ordinances for the purpose of litter prevention and for other lawful purposes. This is sponsored by Councilmember Gomes.
This is just the first read. It's gone through the legislative process. If any of my colleagues have any questions, please let me know.
All right, and with that, we are at the end of our agenda. I would happily entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'm over to adjourn.
I would like to make a substitute motion to go into executive session for real estate, personnel, and litigation. We must discuss loss. We just talked about a real estate matter that we need to discuss, and we have a personnel matter that we found out about today that we have to discuss. Trust me, I want to go home, but we have to do the business of the people. Thank you. That was a substitute motion for executive session.
Okay, there's a substitute motion on the floor.
I'll second it.
It's been properly moved and seconded. My discussion would only ask, I'm going to go back here, that we could end by 11:45. I would like to not start Wednesday here at Welcome All Park. Please call the vote, Mr. Clerk.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes? Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Nay.
Councilmember Williams? That motion was approved at 5-1, and we are recessed at 10:46 p.m.
I didn't want anybody to think I didn't say. Plus, I had to pack up all this stuff. Plus, we were talking about barbecue. Right.
I make a motion to
Wait. We gotta wait for our
we got four. Oh, he got to record. Sit down.
virtual friends.
I know my daughter, like, she been kidnapped.
Do we have a sign up that says that we are adjourned for executive session?
And we're back. I'll entertain a motion to reconvene.
So moved. I
Second.
accidentally. Your mic is
They
not
on, but it's okay.
My mic isn't on, but I'll just project. It's been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Yes, Councilman.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Gomes?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian? That's approved.
All right, and I will, I'm just going to ask, our attorney isn't here, but Mr. Clerk, were there any items in executive session for which we need to take action now?
No, there was no formal action taken in executive session.
All right, thank you. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes? Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves. We are adjourned at 12:41 a.m.
Good morning, everyone. Get home safely.